your host for this fine day. Welcome to the 5th edition of the RailTrans Expo 2025, one of India's most influential platforms dedicated to the future of railways, mobility and transportation. This prestigious event is brought to you by the Urban Infra Group, a leading name in public relations, media and strategic communication for the urban infrastructure sector. Founded in 2018 by Mrs. Mamta Shah and Dr. Vinod Shah, Urban Infra Group has rapidly emerged as a trusted voice, bridging the gap between policy, innovation and public engagement in railways, metros, transportation and urban infrastructure. The RailTrans Expo 2025, organized by Urban Infra Group in association with the Indian Chamber of Commerce, aligns with the Government of India's Viksit Bharat 2047 vision, striving to foster innovation, investment and sustainable growth in mobility. Over the next 2 days, this platform will host top industry leaders, policymakers, global experts, technology pioneers, startups and innovators. We will explore critical themes such as rail tech innovation for 2047, cost-efficient infrastructure, AI, AIoT, sustainable transport and enhanced public-private collaboration, all aimed at transforming India's mobility sector. So once again, a big warm happy welcome to you all to the 5th edition of the RailTrans Expo 2025, and I'm certain that everybody present here has quite an early morning. Could I please encourage everyone to empty out their hands and stand? Everyone, yes. Thank you very much. Now, I believe that a celebration very much like this one with the stalwarts of the industry should begin with energy. So I must encourage everyone to clap for the next 30 seconds and give everyone a warmer, happier welcome. Fantastic. Let me assure you this is not a ruse for me to get an applause for myself. Indeed for you guys. Thank you very much. You all may kindly be seated. Thanks a lot. Well, it's time to welcome certain personalities who have taken out time from their busy schedule to grace the occasion and to be a part of this expo. Join me as I welcome them. First and foremost, on stage to welcome these exceptional dignitaries, please welcome Srimati Mamta Shah, Managing Director and CEO, Urban Infra Group. Ladies and gentlemen, an absolute delight to have amongst us our chief guest, who is currently working as the first founding Vice Chancellor of the Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, University, Vadodara. Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya is a central university under the Ministry of Railways, Government of India, and is focused on entire transportation sector and logistics. He is currently on loan from IIT Jodhpur, where he is a professor of electrical engineering. He's also served as the Dean of the International Relations, Alumni Relations and Corporate Relations at IIT Jodhpur. Join me as I welcome Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. तालियों पर जीएसटी नहीं लगता मेरे दोस्त, तालियां टैक्स फ्री हैं. Requesting the chief guest to be kindly seated on the stage. Thank you very much. ममता जी, आपसे रिक्वेस्ट रहेगी कि आप हमारे साथ मंच पर बने रहें. Our next dignitary has more than 23 years of diverse professional experience. He has played a pivotal role in expanding ICC's presence across India and internationally. Prior to joining ICC, he served with the Confederation of Indian Industry for over 5 years as Regional Director in Chandigarh, Ahmedabad and Kolkata. He has also contributed to key government committees and led development of several economic and sectoral reports. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Rajiv Singh, Director General, Indian Chamber of Commerce. An absolute delight. Thank you very much. Up next, join me as I welcome a senior Indian Railway Service of Engineers 1982 officer, a highly respected leader with over 40 years of experience in urban mobility and transport infrastructure. He currently serves as Director, Business Development India at DB International Operations. Please put your hands together for Sri Kumar Keshav, Director, Business Development India, DB International Operations. Thank you, gentlemen. Up next, joining us on stage, this personality brings over 40 years of rich corporate experience spanning the stainless steel and automotive industries. Throughout his career, has successfully led diverse functions including corporate affairs, sales, distribution, marketing, business development, strategy, supply chain management, product development, and customer service. Ladies and gentlemen, with a bigger, better, bolder round of applause, please welcome Sri Vijay Sharma, Director, Jindal Stainless Limited. And a big shout out to all the lovely people in the audience in that section. Clapping isn't that hard. All you've got to do is bring both of your palms together. It's a super simple procedure. Fantastic. Up next, joining us on stage is a seasoned leader with over 30 years of experience across renewable energy, transmission and distribution, urban infrastructure, and gas power projects. Known for his strategic vision, technical expertise, and operational excellence, he plays a pivotal role in steering Jackson Infra's growth in delivering next-generation engineering, procurement, and construction, that is EPC solutions. Please put your hands together for Sri Venkatrama Mavalla, President and Chief Business Officer, Jackson Infra. Joining us on stage, up next is a name behind the exemplary success of PR professionals. He is a seasoned communications professional, a far-sighted and zealous entrepreneur, and a true philanthropist with nearly 20 years of dynamic experience across industries. He has some illustrious stints with big media houses of the country. He has been the head communications for realty giants DLF Limited, Infra Project, and IL&FS. He has been working for the Public Relations and Communications Fraternity. Please put your hands together for Dr. Sarvesh Tiwari, CEO, PR Professionals. Well, I believe he's rather occupied at the moment. Let's quickly welcome our next dignitary. Joining us on stage is the whole-time Director and Chief Executive Officer at the Western Carriers India Limited. He holds a bachelor's degree in science and a master's degree in business administration from Bentley College, McCallum, Graduate School of Business. Joining us on stage with a strong academic foundation and strategic vision, he plays a key role in driving the growth and operational excellence of Western Carriers. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome Sri Kanishka Sethia, CEO, Western Carriers India Limited. Joining us up next is the Secretary General of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, India. With an illustrious career spanning key leadership roles in the Indian Railways, he has significantly contributed to the development of India's transport infrastructure. He served as Managing Director of Pipavav Railway Corporation Limited from 2019 to 2023 and as additional member of the Railway Board from 2016 to 2018. Please put your hands together for Sri Sanjeev Garg, Secretary General, the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, India. Also requesting Sri Desh Raj Pathak sir to kindly join us on the stage as well. जोरदार तालियों के साथ सर का भी स्वागत किया जाए. How about a big round of applause for the gentleman? India is the land of culture and traditions. हमारे यहाँ हर शुभ काम की शुरुआत भगवान श्री गणेश की वंदना से की जाती है. तो चलिए, to begin this 5th edition of the RailTrans Expo, the inaugural ceremony, let's begin with the lamp lighting ceremony, requesting the chief guest and all the esteemed dignitaries on the stage to kindly come forward and join us. Also requesting Dr. Surabhi Singh, Professor Marketing, GL Bharat Institute of Management and Research, to kindly join us on the stage. Requesting Mr. Abhijit Sinha, Technocrat, National Program Director, Ease of Doing Business and Project Director, National Highways for Electric Vehicles. And last but not least, Mrs. Mamta Shah, MD and CEO, Urban Infra Group. Requesting you all to kindly come forward and join us.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा. वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
वक्रतुंड महाकाय.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Now, I might be an unfamiliar face up here trying to talk your ears off, but it's time for a familiar personality to give you all a warmer, happier welcome. Joining us on stage is a personality who holds a PhD in digital marketing and consumer behavior from Aligarh Muslim University, India. She has an impressive academic background with 2 master degrees and 2 postgraduate diplomas. In addition, she has acquired international certifications in digital marketing, neuromarketing, and marketing analytics. With around 16 years of experience in academics and 8 years in the industry, she currently holds the position of Professor Marketing at GLBIMR Greater Noida. Ladies and gentlemen, to deliver the welcome address, welcome Dr. Surabhi Singh, Professor, GL Bharat Institute of Management and Research, Greater Noida.
Thank you, Sahiba, for your kind words. Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Surabhi Singh, Professor of GLBIMR Greater Noida, and a senior member of Editorial Advisory Board of Urban Infra Group. On behalf of Urban Infra Group Publications, it is both an honor and a privilege to welcome you to the RailTrans Expo 2025. Today we gathered at Bharat Mandapam in New Delhi to explore how innovation, digitalization and sustainability will redefine India's railways, logistics and mobility sectors. By 2047, aligning with the vision of Viksit Bharat, a developed India. The theme of this edition is Viksit Bharat 2047, transforming the future of rail and mobility through innovation. We are privileged to have with us our distinguished chief guest, Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Your participation greatly enriches this event and we are deeply grateful for your presence. A special welcome is also extended to our esteemed keynote speakers, Shri Naveen Gulati ji, Member Infrastructure Railway Board, Dr. Rajiv Singh, Director General Indian Chamber of Commerce, Shri Kumar Keshav, Board Member and Director DB International Operations, Mr. Venkatrama from Jackson Infra, Mr. Vijay Sharma, Director General Stainless Steel Limited, Mr. Kanishka Sethia, CEO Western Carriers India Limited, Mr. Sanjeev Garg, Secretary General CILT India, Mr. Deshraj Pathak ji. Your insights and expertise will undoubtedly enhance the discussions and contribute to the success of this summit. I would also like to acknowledge the visionaries behind this remarkable event, Mrs. Mamta Shah, Managing Director and CEO of Urban Infra Group, Mr. Vinod Shah, Chief Operating Officer on Urban Infra Group, and their dedicated team. Their unwavering commitment and meticulous planning have transformed this summit into a vital platform for collaboration, innovation and growth. To all our guests, speakers, stakeholders, partners and participants, your presence is a testament to the collaborative spirit that drives progress in the urban infrastructure sector. As we engage in panel discussion, presentations and culminate in the award ceremony, I encourage you to actively participate, share your perspectives and forge meaningful connections. This year, we are excited to introduce a Rail Transpo exhibition also highlighting innovations in railway, transportation and urban infrastructure. I invite you to explore the exhibition stands and celebrate the innovators in our field. For a smooth and productive experience, please adhere to the guidelines provided in your event kits. These guidelines are designed to enhance your participation and foster a conducive environment for networking and knowledge exchange. Thank you for being with us today. We look forward to a day filled with fruitful discussion, valuable insights and recognition of excellence during award ceremony. Wishing you an enriching and memorable experience at the RailTrans Expo 2025. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let's begin with the conference. To set the context for today's conference and deliver the opening remarks, joining us on stage is Dr. Rajiv Singh, Director General, Indian Chamber of Commerce.
On behalf of ICC, I would like to thank the Urban Infra Group for the initiative and creating a platform for the industry to showcase its products, connect with the prospective partners, and of course the larger agenda remains promoting the business, showcasing the innovation and the technologies, at the same time sharing the best practices. I'm sure everybody in this room is aware India is aspiring to become a developed country by 2047, and we are also aware the kind of infrastructure spending Government of India has been announcing for last several years through the union budget. And if you look at the investment space in the Indian market, of course, the private sector has been contributing, doing its bit. But if you look at post-COVID, I think government has been doing through its budgetary allocation the heavy lifting. the kind of investments India has seen in infrastructure space, railways, core sectors, I don't think we have seen these kind of investments in past. And that really forms the platform, that really does the groundwork of creating the enabling environment for the people, for the industry, and for the economy to grow. Of course, all these things ultimately create value for we all and people who are not in this room as Indians. They all become the users, they all take the benefits, but we as important partners in this economic progress of India, we also benefit from this growth. Of course, we contribute to this, and all the companies who are here in this expo are in their own way contributing to the growth of India and the Indian economy. Over next 2 or 3 days, I'm sure there are plenty of technical experts who will be sharing their expertise, showcasing products, talking about the new innovations. And I'm sure over next 3-4 days, there will also be a lot of business transactions which will happen. The companies here will definitely get to connect with their prospective clients. Only thing I would say that ICC, which has a network of 12 offices in India and with 20 representative offices worldwide, stands committed to partner with people like you, with the industry at large, and of course we work closely with the Government of India, ministries, and also at the state level. So we are all there to be of assistance to you, and we look forward to this meaningful event to create value for everybody who is here at this event in this room. With these words, I would like to stop here, and once again I'll congratulate the Urban Infra Group and all the companies who are part of this initiative. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Singh, I must congratulate you on your art of oration. You certainly know how to keep it crisp and wise and quick. Thank you very much for setting the context for today's conference. Joining us up next to deliver the keynote address, ladies and gentlemen, is the CEO at Western Carriers India Limited. Please put your hands together for Sri Kanishka Sethia.
Thank you, Sahiba. Your energy is infectious. I want to see people put their hands together for all the dignitaries here. My guru, Dr. Chaudhary is here, DG Rajiv Singh is here, and all other dignitaries. Thank you for taking time out. It's so good to see all of you here. So I wear a couple of hats. I am the CEO and whole-time director at Western Carriers India Limited, which is India's premier 4PL and supply chain management company. I also have the honor of being the national chair for logistics and supply chain for Indian Chamber for the last few years. Indian Chamber is in its centenary year, 100 years we have done. It was started by Mr. Birla in Calcutta back in 1925. So 100 years, it makes us one of the oldest chambers of commerce, not only in India, but in the world. We have offices all over the country. We do some stellar work. And this year, our president is Delhi Ka Munda, which is Mr. Abhyuday Jindal, chairman and managing director of Jindal Stainless. We've been growing wholeheartedly under his leadership for the year. And we would request all of you to join as many of our events as you can in this centenary year. So without much ado, I would like to get into the topic. Viksit Bharat at 2047, which is transforming the future of rail mobility through innovation. The backbone of progress for any country, in my honest, biased opinion, remains logistics and supply chain. We contribute approximately 14% of the Indian GDP, which is now north of 4 trillion. We are now racing towards 5 trillion towards the next 3 to 4 years. And in this whole role of growth and progress in our country, I feel that logistics and supply chain, especially rail, is going to play a very, very key role. So instead of, talking with a rambling speech, I wanted to share some strong data points with all of you that you can think about and mull over your head in the next couple of hours, which will give you an idea about the progress that we are doing as an industry, as a nation, and as an economy. So each day over 13,000 passenger trains are going 68,000 route kilometers, connecting 7,300 stations and serving more than 23 million passengers. Our freight network is now carrying 1.6 billion tons annually, supporting the entire industry, agri, trade, etc. Now, having done what we have done, becoming a Six Sigma organization, which Indian Railways is, what are the ambitions that we have? What are the visions that the Honorable PM and the Government of India has set for our vision of 2047? Like I said, ICC is already in its centenary year. Our country will be celebrating its centenary in 20 years from now. So what are the ambitions for Vision 2047? Some of these key highlights are 4,500 Vande Bharat trains, which will redefine passenger comfort, speed and connectivity. 7,000 kilometers of high-speed rail corridors, which will link all our economic hubs and major metros. Net zero carbon emission to be achieved in the next year with 100% electrification of all broad gauge routes. Hydrogen powered trains with at least 50 in service by 27, which should position us as a global leader in sustainable rail transport. Some of the points, some of the innovations that we are working as a country include high-speed rail and bullet trains, the first of which I am a Bombay boy. So the Mumbai-Ahmedabad bullet train, and I have some of my senior colleagues as well as my clients here from Bombay, and they'll tell you that at BKC, the Mumbai-Ahmedabad bullet train project is running at high speed, just like the high-speed train that is coming there, which will be the first in our country. And hopefully in the next 3 years, we'll have the first bullet train service between Bombay and Ahmedabad. Next-gen rolling stock, expansion of Vande Bharat, Namo Bharat, Amrit Bharat trains, featuring the most advanced passenger amenities, energy-efficient locomotives, and modern safety features. We also have the deployment of the indigenously developed Kavach anti-collision system on thousands of kilometers of track, making Indian Railways one of the foremost in safety in the world. AI and IoT-driven predictive maintenance is something which is being leveraged in a very large way by Indian Railways, and we are looking at reducing downtime and enhancing reliability to the next level. We already have 5G communication, which is exploring next generation 5GR technology for ultra reliable train to ground communications, high speed onboard internet, as well as advanced signaling. Green and smart infrastructure with 100% electrification is already here. Digital terminals and automation, startups and innovation with collaboration of 3,000 plus entities and 363 startups are now registered on Indian Railways. Finally, I would be remiss in my duty if I did not talk about our ambitious Gati Shakti, the Pradhan Mantri Gati Shakti National Plan, which is integrating all of multimode, rail, road, air and waterways in a single logistics ecosystem. With a $1.2 trillion investment, over 1,200 industrial clusters, and digitization of 1.46 lakh kilometers, we are building not just infrastructure, but we are building a nation. The other salient points in this Pradhan Mantri Gati Shakti Yojana includes 300 new multimodal terminals, of which about 73 are already up and running. We should be doing by 2047 the remaining. 200 modernized railway terminals, 400 new Vande Bharat trains by 2028, and 160 operational airports with 208 major infrastructural projects worth 15.3 lakh crores. All of this comes together in the one vision of making us sustainable, which is the new mandate, using solar-powered warehouses, carbon-neutral supply chains, EV-based last-mile fleet. The idea is to make 1.5 lakh crores of allocation for green infra, which is given in budget 2025. So, in closing, I would like to say that the road ahead, let us remember only 3 points, if we can't remember so many bullet points. Let us remember infrastructure is no longer just steel and cement, it is data, speed and trust. Let us remember mobility is no longer just movement, it's economic velocity and social inclusion. Let us remember that innovation is no longer an aspiration, it is the foundation of our global leadership. Let us be the generation that unifies corridors, digitizes systems, decarbonizes supply chain, and above all, innovates for the world. This is the spirit of Logistics 360. This is the engine of Viksit Bharat. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. Thank you. To deliver the keynote address with a highly anticipated segment, joining on the podium is the chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, Vice Chancellor, Gati Shakti Mahavidyalaya.
Good morning. I know I cannot do as good a job as our anchor did by ensuring that everybody claps and have a very active morning, but would like to firstly thank the Urban Infra Group for organizing this very important event, which is much bigger than last year and every year breaking their own records. I'm very happy today to be able to share the dais with such dignitaries and luminaries for such an important topic that we are going to talk today. Today, Bharat is getting transformed in several aspects. And to begin with, I would like to quote two of our statesmen, and I believe that is a foundation of everything that we are going to do and going to talk now. Firstly, our Honorable Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi ji says, we cannot achieve the results of 21st century with the 20th century mindset. Key word here is mindset. Secondly, I would like to quote our Honorable External Affairs Minister, Dr. Jaishankar ji, who says, we are fortunate to be living in a country at a time. We are fortunate to be living in a country at a time, a country that defines its own interests, articulates its own position, and does not hesitate to take decisions that suits the country to remain ahead of the curve that we are talking. I believe these are the two foundational things. First is the mindset change that is undercurrent of everything we are doing, and secondly, to always believe that our country and country's interests shall be paramount in whatever we do. That is the basis of the transformation Bharat is undergoing right now. And this transformation, while on one side we are very proud that we are a $4 trillion US economy, we are the fourth largest economy, soon will be third, and growing at a rate of 6.5% GDP year after year, fastest growing economy in the world, we should be very happy about. On the other side, we must also remember that India's growth and consistent growth is also coupled with important aspects, that is to enable dignity and opportunity for every citizen of India. Same is the case for the railway sector, and I shall highlight as we go ahead. Today, when our country is growing so rapidly, I can possibly talk about 4 pillars that are foundation to our growth. First and the most important pillar is infrastructure. An infrastructure that can be physical in nature, like railways, highways and so on, an infrastructure that can be digital in nature, like digital public infrastructure that we have created, or it can be social in nature in terms of the education, universities or healthcare systems that we have created. Irrespective of physical, digital or social infrastructure, we are creating an infrastructure at a rate and an infrastructure that connects people. So first pillar of our growth is infrastructure that connects people. The second pillar of our growth is the growth itself that empowers and have the people all working together. Right? That is for the people, all the people who are there. Third aspect is manufacturing sector, which is going to create more and more jobs. And the fourth sector is simplification of processes that shall empower the citizens. Let me focus my discussion relevant to the theme on railways, and in particular for the infrastructure sector. Based on the mindset of the reform, perform and transform, that is a mindset, railway sector in particular has progressed significantly in last 10 or 11 years. We all know about data. I will not repeat data. It is not about data. It is what we interpret from the data that is important. On one side, we are laying tracks at a rate of 14 kilometers a day. Out of 7,300 stations that Sethia talked about, we are in the process to digitalize and modernize 1,300, more than 1,300 of them through Amrit Bharat station. These are not, and again I am going to highlight, these are not beautification projects. When Amrit Bharat stations, 1,308 of them are getting redeveloped, because we all know railway stations, wherever they are located, are not merely transit hubs. They in some sense reflect the economic, cultural and spiritual aspect of the place they are located. And therefore, through modernization of these railway stations, through Amrit Bharat scheme, we are revitalizing the entire economic, cultural and spiritual paradigm of that city. And that is an important part to do. We always talk about several concepts like transit-oriented development and what all happens, and we know these railway stations and their modernization therefore shall play a very, very important role in having a multiplier effect for the local economies where these stations are located. On the other side, when we are electrifying our railway tracks, we have done more than 99% of that. We are already re-emphasizing our commitment of one earth, one family, one future and a sustainable future, and railways is the first one to commit to these kind of targets, and by 2030 we have a very big plan to implement the phase 1 of that. Hydrogen train that was mentioned earlier is a part of that. When we talk about the track length that we have, close to 70,000 kilometer, of course these tracks require maintenance. And that maintenance now is happening based on technology. Three very, very important pillars of our growth, or any growth of any country, as you can understand, are: first is capital, you must have money. Second is technology, and third is talent. Fortunately, as Jaishankar ji said, that we are in a country at a time, and I believe on the three axes we are at a time. Our country is fast growing, and therefore we are able to spend 11.2 lakh crore this year's infrastructure budget, or kind of budgets that we have on the infrastructure segment. This transformation we are able to do through technology. So today, whether a railway track is maintained or a railway wheel is maintained, or we have to do predictive asset maintenance, we are able to adopt and create newer paradigms leveraging artificial intelligence, sensors or a combination of them for a technologically enabled transformation of the whole railway sector. When today we are talking of the locomotives, more than 17,000 locomotives that we have, we are also making locomotives at a very rapid pace. Last year, the number of locomotives made in India were more than the total that was made by Europe plus US together. We recently unveiled our 9,000 horsepower locomotive for the freight traffic. Only a few days back, Honorable Prime Minister announced the first locomotive that is getting exported from Bihar's factory to Africa. So we are making progress on locomotive sector. We are making progress on the railway track sector laying. We are making progress in terms of having new coaches. This year we already announced that we are converting a large number of our coaches to LHB coaches. We are at the one time we are having trains like Vande Bharat. At the same time we are adding more and more capacity for our general coaches, general trains. On one side we have Vande Bharat trains, on other side we have Amrit Bharat trains. Therefore we want to make sure that the entire mandate of the railways, that is to carry more and more passengers, and 2 crore a day that we are carrying, and that is what we are going to increase. Therefore, the goal for passenger travel to make affordable, convenient, and accessible rail travel is actually happening through introduction of newer trains, modern trains. Vande Bharat is not merely a train. It is not merely a train that will run faster. It is also a technological marvel, something that is getting created indigenously. The recently inaugurated Udhampur-Srinagar-Baramulla project, as we know, it not only connected 272 kilometers, it connected regions, aspirations, and people's heart from one part to the other. This 272 kilometers of Udhampur-Srinagar-Baramulla project, when it had 943 bridges and 36 tunnels, it showcased what Indian engineers are capable of. In last 3-4 months alone, if you look in the bridge technology, on one side we have Pamban Bridge, our first vertical lift sea bridge. On the other side we have the Chenab Bridge, the world's highest railway arc bridge, standing tall at 359 meters. We all know it is 35 meters taller than the Eiffel Tower. On third hand, we have the Anji Bridge, that is railway's first cable stayed bridge of 1,315 meters, and what the first cable stayed bridge that can withstand seismic zone 5 capabilities, that can withstand wind speeds of 260 kilometers per hour. This is a technological excellence that is happening in India. It is not merely laying bridges, it is not merely laying tunnels. When we talked about 36 tunnels that were there in the Udhampur-Srinagar-Baramulla project, what happened? We had India's longest transportation tunnel, T50, at 12.79 kilometers. Second longest transportation tunnel, also T80, in the same project. Third longest, T44, also in the same project. Therefore, in all aspects of the new things that we are constructing in railways, there is a new technology, the adoption of newer technology. You look at the geographical condition where the Chenab Bridge was constructed. The 467 kilometers of the arch, how this would have been fabricated and what kind of cranes and machines we would have used to bring many of the components that were possibly constructed elsewhere and ported there, and in order to do that, and what local ecosystem was created. Tremendous. If you look in the metro sector, starting with 248 kilometers of the metro that we had way back in 2014, today 23 cities of India have more than 1,000 kilometers of metro. Another 1,000 kilometers of metro is currently rapidly progressing. You look at RRTS, the 82-kilometer rail line, that is RRTS project that is happening between Delhi to Meerut, is almost about to be completed with 55 kilometers already working, with several sections touching speeds already at 160 kilometers. If you look in our railways also, out of 70,000 kilometer track length, more than 23,000 kilometers has been upgraded to carry speeds up to 130 kilometers per hour. Around 46,000 kilometers can carry speeds up to 110 kilometers. What I am trying to point is, on one side, when we have Vande Bharat trains that will have speeds of 160 kilometers or so on, we also need to work in synergy to have our track upgraded so that it can carry those kind of facilities. This is all about that is happening in the passenger traffic. When 508 kilometers of Ahmedabad-Mumbai bullet train project will be completed, it will be yet another example of technological excellence in India. Whether we look at our signaling system, the way they are getting upgraded, the introduction of automatic train protection technology through our own indigenous Kavach system. Therefore, Indian Railway is actually undergoing a technology-enabled transformation at a very, very rapid pace. And this is not limited to passenger segment alone. For freight traffic, as was mentioned, we are working as a country, working very, very hard to improve our logistics efficiency. And we all know the route to improve logistics efficiency in India goes through railways. That is, when railways modal share in the freight traffic increases from 27% currently to 45% by 2030 and so on as we go ahead, there will be significant transformation in the logistics sector. And therefore, dedicated freight corridor launched the 2,843 kilometers of the total of eastern and western dedicated freight corridor. when JNPT to Etharan is completed last 100 kilometer, you see the kind of impact it will have. This 2,843 kilometer of dedicated freight is currently 4% of the total route length of railway, that is of 70,000 kilometer. But already it is carrying around 11 to 12% of our freight traffic. That means the strategy that we are working is yielding result for the freight traffic. Again, the goal is not only to run passenger trains faster or only to do the freight, but moment you segregate passenger trains by creating dedicated freight corridors, you will be able to operate many more passenger trains. You will be able to operate passenger trains on the network with a much higher speed, and therefore the ultimate goal of improving the user experience for all the passengers on the segment shall be improved. Today, the production facilities, whether in ICF or rail wheel factories or others, are fast adopting new technology related to sensor, related to electronics and semiconductor inputs, related to artificial intelligence, or for smart predictive maintenance, or in terms of predicting traffic more adaptively and based on the adaptive traffic demand. This is something that I am absolutely proud of. And this is something that is happening. So I talked about capital. Because of country's growth, we are able to spend more and more. I talked about technology. And third and most important part, let us not forget, is talent. Today, if people are talking about India and India to be the most shining example in the 21st century for the entire world, people are also talking because we have a very vibrant democracy and we have a demography that is in our favor. Other than that, we also have two more Ds, that is demand and development, that is happening in the country at a very rapid pace. In order to leverage this opportunity, India is today investing a large amount of our capital, time, effort and energy into skilling. India Skill Mission is today at a more than a cost of 1 lakh crore is actually putting this focus. For railway sector alone, 3 years before, through the Act of Parliament, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya was created. It is India's only university, centrally funded under Ministry of Railways, to create human resources, the most important pillar that we need if we have to execute any infrastructure sector. Not only it conducts bachelor's, master's and doctoral program in railway engineering, the only university in India to do so, but it is also focused on a large number of training programs for people who are already working in the sector. Let me give an example. As I am speaking today, 86 officers of the railways, including different zonal railways, including public sector units, including private sector, are currently undergoing training at Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya on bridge design and quality and maintenance issues. Few weeks back, we had training program on rail grinding technology. Few weeks back, we had programs in logistics sector, not only for railways, for entire defense forces, Indian Army, Indian Air Force and Indian Navy, because for defense sector, logistics is very, very important. In last 3 months alone, more than 180 officers from 35 different countries have traveled here, and the courses were conducted on important topics related to urban mobility, on infrastructure project management with PPP models, multimodal logistics and so on. We often hear the word multimodal logistics and multimodal transportation, but what do? I talked about railway sector so far. On other sectors too, there is a tremendous progress that is happening in India. On national highways, we are building national highways at a rate of 35 km a day and currently have 1,46,000 km of national highways. Dwarka Expressway right here in Delhi is a great example of how modern infrastructure should look like and should be built. On maritime sector, which carries 90% of international trade for India, with 12 major ports and 200 minor ports, there is a significant technology-enabled transformation happening, to such an extent that the turnaround time at these ports has been cut down from 42 hours to 24 hours just within a matter of 1 or 2 years. Recently, Vizhinjam port has been opened to become India's biggest transshipment port. Government of India has already approved Vadhavan port in Maharashtra at a cost of 76,200 crore rupees. That will become our biggest mega port, a first greenfield port to be created in last 50 years. That is not merely a port. It will be connected and shall benefit from the western dedicated freight corridor, it shall benefit from the national highways, and therefore truly the multimodal aspects that we are talking of shall be leveraged. 14,500 kilometers of inland waterways in India are today getting attention for both passenger and most importantly for the freight traffic. Delhi government, I'm very happy to share, only a few days back announced that they shall set up Unified Metropolitan Transport Authority in Delhi, so that various modes of transportation that people want, when they want to access and use, can be more unified in nature. That's the important steps for multimodal transport and logistics as we go ahead. Therefore, to summarize, across all modes of transportation and logistics, there is a great progress that is happening. To create talent, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya is working with all the partners. Through an industry-oriented approach, we are progressing very fast, and I'm very happy to say that several of the names listed here are already our partners. We have a good partnership with Indian Chamber of Commerce, we have a good partnership with CILT, we have a good partnership with Jindal Steel, and we are moving forward ahead with the partnership mode. Coming back to the point that Honorable Prime Minister mentioned, that is of mindset. When we talk of PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, of course it is India's single biggest national master plan after our independence at a cost of 110 lakh crore. It is supposed to, and it is doing, already a technology-enabled platform using geospatial technology. Leveraging the synergy between various departments and ministries, but it is not a technological tool alone. It is a mindset change of earlier working in isolation, doing things in our own, versus a mindset that is to build synergy. And when you build synergy through PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, you plan better. And when you plan better, great planning is often the single biggest success route to a great execution. And when we are able to execute our projects better with a proper planning, with a proper execution, we are able to execute these projects in time. Therefore, no cost overruns, no schedule delays, and therefore, as common taxpayers, we are able to access these services at the right time where they are intended to. Therefore, PM Gati Shakti is not merely a technological tool, it is a transformational approach, a mindset change to build synergy and work together. Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya not only takes the name Gati Shakti, which was given, our university's name was suggested by Honorable Prime Minister, we carry the body, we carry the spirit and the message, that is, we have to build synergy across sectors, create our programs and training programs by building synergy with the industry and stakeholders. And that is what we are doing today. I am very happy to say that our approach within last 2.5 years is yielding results. Students who have graduated this year in May of 2025, 92% have already found placement, and that placement is not in IT sector. That placement is in the core sector in which we are operating. One of the big problems in higher education sector today is people prefer only one branch, either computer science or IT, and want to do only that job. Whereas when we are creating and spending so much money in infrastructure sector, we need talented people in the infrastructure sector. And that is, I believe, the much more a success of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, that 92% of people who got placement are all in the sector. I urge you to visit Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya to explore more areas of collaboration. We can train your employees, we can help you find the best employees, you can help us give input by giving inputs on what kind of curriculum should be taught. We are an open book, we are a whiteboard, want to listen the feedback from industry and want to move forward. Once again, want to thank Urban Infra Group and the entire segment and entire audience who is present here and dignitaries who are here. On the theme, Indian Railways and the railway sector is growing very rapidly. And it is not only government, a large private sector, the private industries that have come forward, and we are working in a very synergistic ecosystem approach, and that is taking the entire railway sector forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chaudhary. Well, this particular keynote answers all our what, why, and hows. Joining us up next to take the conversation further is the Director, Business Development India at DB International Operations. Please put your hands together for Sri Kumar Keshav.
Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here on the inaugural session of 5th RailTrans Expo. My predecessors have already expressed about Indian rail sector, particularly the urban transport sector, which I belong to at the moment. For the last 21 years, I am in the metros, have been seeing a remarkable growth thanks to the government's initiatives, support with the new metro policy, public-private partnership, enhanced project funding, and backing the indigenous technologies, among many other things, which have helped achieve this progress. Our keynote speaker was mentioning about PM Gati Shakti program, and urban transport sector is one of them as a sector, engines of growth. And this was mentioned earlier also, nearly 1,050 kilometers of metro is already under operation, and almost equal number of metros are under construction. Metros have brought in state-of-art modern technologies, contactless ticketing, advanced signaling system, unattended train operations, building management systems, modern rolling stock that have been adopted to stay at par with the international standards. Also, ease of commuting with common mobility card, which has come up, and many other such technologies and advancements that have been very well implemented for providing mobility as a service to the commuters and the public at large. Although a lot of emphasis, I'm not speaking because I'm presently handling an operation and maintenance portfolio, but out of my experience, although a lot of emphasis and attention is on capital investment and technological advancements during implementation of these projects, something needs to be thought about operation and maintenance of these highly complex and capital intensive metro projects and railway projects in the country, including the high speed rail, which we are going to do. And just for everybody's information, over the life cycle, operation and maintenance cost of such projects is nearly 55 to 60% of the total cost. So we have to think about it, how this operation and maintenance has to be better managed, more efficiently managed. To remain financially sustainable, so metro companies or the railway companies need to actively look for optimizing the operation and maintenance costs. We all forget, I'm from the same industry, 42 years. I was only making Delhi Metro, Lucknow Metro, all that new advancements, but probably forgot about how it is to be operated, which will cost me another 30 years for 55% of the total cost. So out of that lesson only I am telling you. So railways or the metro companies have to remain financially sustainable, means they have to increase their revenues, think about their increasing their revenues, as well as reducing their operation and maintenance costs. So bringing on board an independent operator comes from here. I will give you some examples which have happened in my own country, where I am standing today. Operation in metro systems has been an international norm. They invariably engage an operator. And the same is being followed in many projects in my country also, in our country also, particularly in the private sector. We have to learn from them. Whether it is a metro in Hyderabad or metro in Delhi Airport Express line or metro in Mumbai or now in Pune, they invariably have an operator from the day one. While all the government sector metros, they have not even thought about it. Even high-speed rail probably doesn't even know how it has to be operated and maintained, such a complex project, and which will cost them for over 30 years nearly 50% of the cost. So DB International Operations takes pride. We are an international company. We are engaged as an operator by National Capital Regional Transport Corporation, and we are the operator for Delhi Metro, Delhi Meerut RRTS corridor. That was the first one, and if subsequent corridors come, they will also be probably passed on to us. DB International Operations, and DB takes pride to get associated with first of its kind project in the country, which is a regional rail and with a speed potential about 165 kilometer elevated and underground. Very good corridor. Priority section, we all know of this corridor, got inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister on 22nd of October 2023, and since then further lengths have been commissioned. So as a suggestion, while it is important to discuss new technology, emerging technologies, smart mobility, sustainable designs in this expo, I would also request as a wise and prudent effort to visualize operation and maintenance strategies as well. That is also railway technology. I'm not talking about something else. That is part of the railway technology. Visualize operation and maintenance challenges in the initial stages of the project, which our PPP proponents who have done the metro projects in the country in many cities have already understood and they have implemented. Proactively laying out the strategy for operation and maintenance of these highly complex metro or high speed or any other similar railway project is essentially needed to ensure financial sustainability of these projects over a longer term. This is very, very necessary. So engaging an expert operator in early stages brings a lot of benefits, including from design, operational efficiency, cost effectiveness, with best of the international practices. That's what I said, internationally that is the norm. High service standards and advanced technologies for better performance and increased customer satisfaction with well spelled out key performance indicators for this project monitoring of these companies. I wish a great success to this expo today. I'm sure it will be an opportunity for all of us participating to explore newer partnerships, which was mentioned earlier as well, understand global best practices and technologies in building a rail system which is cost effective, greener and inclusive, in addition to being faster and smarter. That's what I want to say. Wish you all a very good success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Do we need a quick energizer, or are we all in the best of our spirits? Well, I believe that we are. Moving forward, taking the podium and to further the conversation, joining us is the director at Jindal Stainless Limited. Please welcome Shri Vijay Sharma. तालियों के साथ स्वागत किया जाए.
Namaskar, good morning. Always challenges of being a later speaker when the experts have already spoken about it. And also the theme is so critical. Most of the themes will be common: innovation, sustainability, and most of the initiatives will also be common. But I believe that apart from the consistency, it is the perspective which makes it different, and me being not the insider perhaps can give a different perspective to this critical railway word. I will start with thanking the organizers, RailTrans Expo. I came to know that this is an interesting mix of industry leaders, innovators, technologists, and of course the great panelists. I believe that RailTrans Expo is a platform that reflects not just future of railways, but the future of sustainable, inclusive and technology-driven mobility. We are in a very, very VUCA world. Things are happening. World as well as India are at a critical inflection point. Climate urgency, urbanization acceleration, global supply chain disruptions and complexity. Railways are once again emerging as the most strategic mode of transport. All of us know, backbone of India's growth story. To me, railways is a symbol of unity, mobility and connectivity. Size, but it is not only our strength, our real strength lies in the ambition to modernize, to digitalize, and to decarbonize. I believe that we are not only participating in the global movement on the focus on railways, but rather we are shaping it. We are not only building the new railways, but reimagining the very idea of mobility and exponentially transforming it. Vision 2030 followed by Vision 2047, modern, green, globally integrated. Like most of us, me too, a big fan of Modi ji and Vaishnav ji. All of us know about electrification, stations under redevelopment, hydrogen, DFCs, and also recyclability. But I think we need to do some global benchmarking also, which will make us learn and also help us in lead. The global innovations, they not only inspire us, but in many ways, they validate our path. Like hydrogen trains, Germany, France, we are in the right path. Prototypes are happening. And the best part is all those things which are happening around us, they are made in India technologies, indigenous talent, and world-class materials. I will talk about materials in details little later. High-speed rails, of course, maglev, ultra-high is not part of the game yet, but I think the need-based focus is the right direction. One technology which so far I didn't hear, but I believe that it will be discussed, digital twins, which is very critical for monitoring the assets, maintenance optimization, and traffic control. Autonomous, driverless, like in Germany and Australia, I believe that in our DFCs, this will take a vital role, and the consumer experience, whether it is ticketing, passenger experience, like Singapore, Netherlands, a lot of things are being done. When we talk about all these initiatives, we hear a very interesting keyword like innovation, sustainability. When we talk about sustainability, we talk about net zero, we talk about 2030, we talk about lowest emission per ton per kilometer. But to me, sustainability is much beyond carbon. I think that it stands on three pillars, and the words which come to my mind is sustainable solution should be people friendly. First P, and the words which come to the mind in today's context is safety, crash resistant, formability, aesthetics, sanitation, hygiene. Second P, which is critical, is planet friendly, environment. Carbon is a part of it. The other words which come to the mind are recyclability, circularity. And of course, the third P is prosperity. It should be economical. The words which come to the mind is life, longevity, life cycle cost, efficiency, resale. If you study the UN 17 SDGs and our own 6 national economic goals, you will find sustainability definition around these three pillars. So I can say that sustainable solutions means directly proportional to the economy. The more we work on the sustainability with this definition, the more contribution it will be to the economy. Here I would like to introduce a word, corrosion. Like sustainability is directly proportional to economy, unfortunately corrosion is inversely proportional to economy, and we all see corrosion every day. As per a study, about 4% of GDP gets eroded because of corrosion at the world level. In India, it could be more. This innocuous 4%, let me put the perspective. If I see the world economy, every year the third largest economy in the world, equivalent GDP gets eroded because of corrosion. If I see India, this 4% is equal to close to 13 lakh crore, which is more than our infra budget, and perhaps it is equal to 7 months of GST. And we have got 11,000 kilometers of the coastal line. 25% of it can be solved, it can be saved, and this 25% is 1/4 of the infra budget. I think this needs a focus on material engineering. I had a visit, I saw a lot of, practically most of the things I saw was material or metals. When I talk about material engineering, I talk about life cycle costing. I really was very happy to hear my colleague who talked about the operations and maintenance cost. So the mindset needs to be changed, capex plus opex. Well, my company says I represent stainless steel, but every metal has its own space. If I share the last 40 years global CAGR of most competing metals, aluminium, copper, carbon steel, zinc, lead, stainless steel, the weighted average growth worldwide is 2.6%, in which aluminium is 3.7%, carbon steel is 2.5, copper is 2.6, and stainless steel is 5.5%. So we need sustainable solutions to build the economy, first time right, depending on the life cycle costing, depending on the expectations of life from a particular application in the environment in which the application has to operate. The right material should be chosen. If there is expectancy of, let's say, 2 years, perhaps some coating, but when we talk about the vision of 50 to 75 years, perhaps stainless steel, and it has begun. When I see the various stakeholders here, I think that I would like to make a appeal to take this opportunity to all categories of stakeholders. Policymakers, I wish more were here, and I request the organizers to definitely amplify the proceedings in the social media. My appeal to the policymakers is to continue to provide a stable ecosystem that encourages both innovation and investments. To the industry, I think we have got larger responsibility, moving from vendor relationship to the value partnerships, co-creation, and also we must own our respective ecosystem. In our case, we are owning the total ecosystem of stainless steel and trying to contribute. Professor Chaudhary had to go. I believe that academia and research institutions, they are our future. They can create technology here for the world. Perhaps they can help us in making India the Silicon Valley of railways. And he touched upon the skill. I strongly believe that skilling, reskilling, upskilling, and making ready people for the future skills which perhaps don't exist here. In fact, very shortly we'll be having a course inducted in GSV. And the fourth stakeholders, I can see some foreigners here, to international participants. India is not just a market, it's a partner. We need to co-invest, co-develop, co-innovate from wagons to hyperloops and beyond. I would like to conclude while focusing on 4 bold shifts which I am seeing here, but the view should be at least 75 years, that's what I believe. Maintenance to life cycle thinking, capex plus opex, whether tracks, coaches, bridges, stations, right focus on material engineering, from projects to platforms to rather ecosystem, fully integrated rail ecosystems, freight, warehousing, metro, mobility, services, and of course, skilling. Cost cutting to carbon to sustainability. I will repeat my 3 pillars of sustainability. I think that even the budgeting should also be done, not only on carbon, in all the aspects of the 3 pillars. And lastly, from India first to India leads to rather India benchmarked globally, whether design, policy, digital, operations. I believe that government is doing great thing in this. I am not the insider. There will be many more things which perhaps are not in the public domain. And I also now recall the inspirational words of Honorable Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Excellence happens not by accident. It is a process. All of us needs to be restless in pursuit of excellence. And once again, great job, RailTrans. You could be that process, the movement that sparks collaboration, courage, and excellence. I wish you great success, fruitful partnerships, and impactful deliberation. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. Well, I believe all these addresses have a certain appeal, not only to the industry leaders, to the stalwarts, or to people connected to the similar field, but to also to an ordinary citizen. We as a country, as a nation, appear to be right at the cusp of something big, right? Joining us up next to take this conversation further is the President and Chief Business Officer at Jackson Infra. Please put your hands together for Sri Venkat Ramana Muvalla.
I would say that we are very close to good afternoon, dear panel. It was I think wonderful to have this session, particularly looking at the way India is transforming in the metro and railway sector. This seminar, I'm sure, will be bringing various stakeholders between the government and industry and the various metro corporations and obviously various agencies which are working in the railways as such. I think there has been a tremendous amount of a focus on various areas where the government can stimulate the growth in the metro and railway sectors here. I think I would say that the initial push that has come for most of the areas has been bringing a big impetus for the growth of the sector. The first one is the government. I think it is not only the central government and the state government and getting encouraged to build that in urban infra, which is absolutely meaningful and provides at the end of the day a huge comfort to the citizens of the country. And I would say that, I think apart from the government coming in, we also see here clearly the funding agencies are extremely supportive. And I'm sure during the rest of the day, you will be able to find some of the government, some of the funding agencies speaking on this as such. It's a global funding which is clearly coming for the sector. I think that is the next one which is really giving us a impetus on that. The third one is obviously huge amount of early stage development work that is being carried out. If you see there in the last, at least in the last 6 months, you see almost there are 10 new metro segments being planned in the country and several proposals are getting approved for the budgets as such. I think that's a kind of a pickup that is happening in the metro segments again on this as such. The next bit is that the policy. I think today the government of India is very clearly looking forward to provide whatever the necessary support that is required and enabling, creating an enabling system in this as such. The fourth one is obviously the execution speed. I would say that, so far, if I really give a statistics perspective, I'm sure some of my colleagues already spoken on that. You have 16 metro segments, and I'm sure by 2030, we will be close to 30 metro segments being expanded. Current 900 plus kilometers, we probably will be reaching to the 2,500 kilometers in the metro segment. But however, I think the initial success of the metro is the most important piece, and we can clearly see that's also picking up the speed at which some of the metros are being able to, able to rise the revenues and get that into the profitability. But since it has been a very large infrastructure, the initial periods will also be, kind of a strain for it. But however, the long-term sustainability of the metro is undoubtedly be the success story for that. The kind of focus that has come very clearly in terms of the emission per passenger in the metro segments per kilometer will be the lowest if you look at any other modes of transport, whether it is air, whether it is a road transport and anything of this nature. I think that is also massively helping. So I think what is that going to be the critical success factors that are very, very important for metro to grow at the same phase or otherwise going at a much faster phase. I can really say is that, there are a few things which have been initiated by the government of India, particularly on the, where current funding is coming from the states and central government, where the PPP is something which one can think about it. I think there is been initially certain success one can see here. But however, the PPP is something which need to be focused and making it much more lucrative in the marketplace where we can create the environment for that. The next is value capturing. I think you all understand that, it is just not about the metro but also around the land. How effectively the land around can be utilized in a such way that, you'll be able to see very clearly the growth in sector, the revenue generation for the metro networks will definitely improve on that. The next important area is that integrated urban transport. I think talked about it, how we can have each city to have a combined transport authority. We'll be able to focus on the overall development of the urban cities as such. The transit orientation, we have been very clearly, emphasizing about the multimodal transport where the transit is something which is very, very critical. where you interconnect various networks which are already there and make it a lot more ease in terms of reach and also the success of the same as such. I think the another part is that, you know, robust planning of the projects and implementation of those projects as such. So I think we have done enough in terms of, you know, new metros which are coming up. I would say that, you know, we have done enough work, but there are room for us to do a lot more in terms of picking up the speed for various metros. If you start looking at, you know, the timelines that it takes from starting an initial study, which is a DPR, and then moving from a DPR to contracting various works, and then from various works to in terms of implementation as such. I think I would say that, you know, typically a cycle for an entire metro network to be done is about 5 to 6 years. I think need of the hour is to see where all we can, you know, capitalize the reductions in terms of timelines on that, and it is tremendously will help. I could see as a company, I represent Jackson Group. We can very clearly visualize that from the time that you start the tendering process till the project implementation, at least one can see 20% reduction. A project which is being planned for 36 months, one can think about it, at least, you know, you'll be able to do it at 28 to 30 months. The savings are clearly visible, and I think that's another need of our. There are a few sessions, in the next session we are going to speak about it. You know, what is that, some of the standard practices that are being followed in terms of a speed or in terms of a cost optimization is something we'll be going to talk about it as such. And policy, I think sustainable policy is the most important thing, and I'm sure there is enough focus on the policy front. I would say that in a broadly, the seamless multimodal integration and efficient project delivery and strong governance and support urban policies are something which is very, very critical here. I think we are in the very important juncture. We could very clearly visualize the growth not only in the metro but also in the railways, where we talked about, you know, we have close to 500 railway stations planned for the modernization, and there is something which by 2030 we'll be looking at almost 2000 stations plus to be modernizing those as such. I would say that, you know, the overall sector is a rapid phase in terms of a growth, and I would say that, you know, Jackson Group will be one of the stakeholder for the growth of this sector. We have, as a company, had done close to 140 metro stations, electrified all the 140 metro stations, and I would say that, you know, by 2030 we would expect that to be growing up to 300 metro stations. So I would say that, you know, there is a tremendous potential for us here, and I'm sure that the conference that has been conducted by Urban Infra is going to help to ideate various growth, focus, and then critical success factors, and this is something which will very meaningful will come out of these sessions as such. With that, I would say thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, before I invite our next speaker at the podium, I'd like to request the Managing Director and CEO at Urban Infra Group, Mrs. Mamta Shah, to kindly join me on the stage. One of our speakers was a quick victim this morning of the Delhi traffic situation. Ladies and gentlemen, joining us is an exemplary PR professional. He is a seasoned communications professional, a far-sighted and zealous entrepreneur, and a true philanthropist with nearly 20 years of dynamic experience across industries. He has some illustrious stints with big media houses of the country. He has been the head communications for realty giants DLF Limited, Infra Project, and IL&FS. He has been working for the public relations and communications fraternity. Join me as I welcome the Managing Director at PR Professionals, Chairman and Public Relations Society, Dr. Sarvesh Tiwari. तालियों के साथ. And with the same, I urge Dr. Tiwari to kindly address the audience.
Thank you so much. Smile adds a lot of value to the faces, and so that to the environment. So I would love that if everybody just connect with me for some time. बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है हम कौन है. अभी जो बातचीत चल रही थी भारत के गति शक्ति से लेकर रेलवेज और स्टेनलेस स्टील तक, जिन लोगों ने भारत का निर्माण किया है, पीपल हु हैव क्रिएटेड who have been responsible or who are trying to create a great nation, they all are here. But we are value enhancer. हम value add करते हैं. हम attitude और aptitude को मिला के एक ऐसा फोर्स क्रिएट करते हैं ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए जो कहीं ना कहीं ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को एक अलग लेवल पे लेके जाता है. हम पीआर प्रोफेशनल्स हैं, हम कम्युनिकेशन का काम करते हैं. आप जब सुबह चलते हैं तो बहुत बार आप पहला बटन गलत लगा लेते हैं, उसके बाद आपके सारे बटन्स गलत लगते हैं. हम बताते हैं कि पहला बटन कैसे लगाना है और ये हमारा काम है. किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को अगले पायदान पे पहुंचाने के लिए कम्युनिकेटर्स की बहुत ज़रूरत होती है. हम ये बताते हैं कि क्या कितना कब कहाँ नहीं बोलना है और कब क्या कितना कहाँ बोलना है. ये बहुत ज़रूरी है किसी भी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन को शिखर तक पहुंचने के लिए. काम सब लोग कहते हैं, आप कैसे बताते हैं, आप कैसे बनाते हैं के साथ साथ आप कैसे बताते हैं, ये बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट होता है. मुझे याद है कुमार केशव सर साथ में है, ही हैज़ बीन अ गुरु टू मी. सो दिल्ली मेट्रो में हमने साथ काम किया है. जब पहली बार दिल्ली मेट्रो की शुरुआत हुई थी तो बहुत सारे शीशे लोगों ने मार के तोड़ दिए थे. अब आपको याद होगा कि पहले जो हमारी तरफ बुज़ुर्ग हैं उनको शायद ज़्यादा ध्यान होगा कि एक बेसिक प्रैक्टिस होती थी कि कुछ इलाकों से अगर गाड़ियाँ चलती थी, ट्रेल जाती थी तो लोग पत्थर मार देते थे, बच्चे मार देते थे. बट मेट्रो के शीशे बहुत महंगे होते हैं. तो पहले ही 5 दिनों में, और मेट्रो की शुरुआत कहाँ से हुई, सहादरा, सीलमपुर, ऐसे इलाकों में जहाँ लिटरेसी रेट थोड़ा कम रहा उस समय. तो एक चैलेंज आया कि अब इसको कैसे हम ठीक करें. जैसे मेरे फेलो स्पीकर कह रहे थे कि परसेप्शन चेंज, माइंडसेट चेंज, ये सब बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट होता है. तो आई वॉज मेड इन चार्ज ऑफ ensuring this perception change for Delhi Metro, कि लोग उसको अपना समझें. People should have sense of pride and we were successfully able to execute that. आप खुद सोच के देखिएगा कभी कि आज से 20 साल 25 साल से ऊपर हो गए दिल्ली मेट्रो को. उस समय एक सरकारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के बारे में लोग क्या सोचते थे, और साथ ही साथ आपका जो घर तोड़ता है, आपको परेशान कर रहा है, आपकी रोज की ट्रैफिक को रोक रहा है, उस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के लिए आपको सेंस ऑफ प्राइड हो. ये कोई आसान बात नहीं होती है. ये तभी होता है जब पीछे बहुत अच्छा काम किया जाए, बहुत तरीके से उसे बताया भी जाए. तो जब मैं छोटी सी कहानी, बिकॉज समय की सीमा है, फिर हम लोगों ने नुक्कड़ नाटक उस समय शुरू किया. बहुत ज़्यादा नुक्कड़ नाटक होते नहीं थे, बट नुक्कड़ नाटक में हमने एक ट्विस्ट दिया. छोटा सा ट्विस्ट क्या दिया, हमने लोकल लोगों को उसमें पार्टिसिपेंट बनाया. पहले दिन जब नुक्कड़ नाटक में लेके गया टीम को, तो मैंने ऑब्जर्व किया कि पीपल आर नॉट पार्टिसिपेटिंग इनटू इट. लोग आपसे तब जुड़ते हैं जब आप उनको पार्टनर बनाते हैं. एंड दिस इज एप्लीकेबल फॉर एवरी प्रोजेक्ट, एवरी इंस्टीट्यूशन एंड एवरी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. हमने उनकी ही फैमिली के बच्चों को कहीं ना कहीं पार्टनर, चाहे छोटे छोटे रोल्स दिए. एंड वी स्टार्टेड दिस, पीपल स्टार्टेड लिसनिंग अस. लोकल भाषा में जाते थे, अब उन्हीं की भाषा में उन्हीं से बात करते थे, क्यों कोई अखबार नहीं पढ़ता था, टीवी कोई उतना देखता नहीं था उस समय, खबरें इतने चैनल्स थे नहीं. तो ये जो कम्युनिकेशन का चैलेंज है उसको कैसे ठीक किया जाता है, वो हमारा काम है. मेरी कंपनी का नाम पीआर प्रोफेशनल्स है. रेलवे सेक्टर्स में हमने बहुत सारा काम किया है, बट मैं कंपनी का प्रचार करने के लिए यहाँ नहीं हूँ. मैं वैसे हो जा रहा है तो चूँकि मैं कम्युनिकेटर हूँ तो शायद आप लोग तो दिल की बात पहुँच जाती है. पर मैं आप सबसे ये ज़रूर कहूँगा कि जो रेल की बात हो रही है, रेल क्या है, मैं आज जब भी दफ्तर लेने जाता, मेरा बॉम्बे का ऑफिस रेलवे स्टेशन के पास है, मेट्रो स्टेशन के पास है. मेरा गुड़गांव का ऑफिस मेट्रो स्टेशन के पास है. रेल एक कनेक्शन है. आप रेल सिर्फ कनेक्ट नहीं करता, रेल कल्चर को चेंज करता है. मेट्रो की जब शुरुआत हुई तो डीटीसी में वही लोग चढ़ते थे, वही मूंगफलियां तोड़ते थे, और वही लोग बैठ के मेट्रो ट्रेन में ये हिम्मत नहीं करते थे या सोचते नहीं थे कि मेट्रो में वही मूंगफलियां तोड़ के हम फेंकें। आदमी वही है, कल्चर कैसे चेंज होता है। रेल अगर सही तरीके से करे तो सिर्फ कनेक्टिविटी नहीं करता, आपके इकोनॉमी को चेंज करता है, आपके कल्चर को चेंज करता है, आपकी पूरी फैमिली और आगे वाले जनरेशन को चेंज करता है, और ये बहुत बड़ा वैल्यू सिस्टम ऐड करता है। छोटी छोटी चीज़ें, जैसे मैं सुन रहा था मेरे एक और गुरु साथ में है विजय शर्मा सर, तो कोरोजन की बात कर रहे थे। अब ये कितनी बड़ी समस्या, अगर सरकार को सुनाना है, बताना है, तो हम सबको सजग होना पड़ता है इस चीज़ में। हम छोटे छोटे पैसे बचाने में सुबह से शाम तक लगे रहते हैं, लेकिन एक कोरोजन की वजह से अगर हजारों करोड़ रुपए हर साल अगर ज़ाया होते हैं देश में, तो मुझे लगता है कि ऐसी चीज़ों को एज अ कम्युनिकेशन एक्सपर्ट और एज एन इंडिविजुअल हम सबको मिलके आगे लेके आना चाहिए। और ये बातें बहुत अहम हैं, क्योंकि राष्ट्र निर्माण की बात जब होती है तो हर आदमी पार्टिसिपेंट होता है। ऐसा नहीं है कि मैं मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर हूँ तो मैं पार्टिसिपेंट हूँ और आप एक सफाई कर्मचारी हैं तो आप पार्टिसिपेंट नहीं है। It is a complete ecosystem which is created by participation of every individual of the country, और तब जाके कोई राष्ट्र निर्माण और सक्सेसफुल होता है। मैं चाहूँगा कि आप सब लोग कभी भी किसी कम्युनिकेशन रिलेटेड कोई भी ज़रूरत हो, मैं प्रो बोनो भी अप्रोचेबल हूँ, तो आप हमें अप्रोच कर सकते हैं। समय ज़्यादा नहीं लूँगा, बिकॉज एक अच्छे वक्ता की पहचान यही है कि वो तानसेन और कानसेन के रिश्ते को हमेशा समझते रहे। थैंक यू सो मच एंड थैंक यू द ऑर्गेनाइजर। विनोद जी, यू हैव डन फेबुलस जॉब। ममता जी, यू हैव डन फेबुलस जॉब। ऑल द बेस्ट टू यू।
Well, the beauty of oration of a public relations field stalwart. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we are headed towards the final few addresses for the first segment of today's inaugural ceremony. Join me as I welcome our next speaker. Please put your hands together for the Secretary General, the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport, India, Shri Sanjeev Garg. Thank you.
Good morning and good afternoon. We started off in the morning and we are almost in the afternoon. As one of the penultimate or last speakers, I think everybody would be impatient for the session to be over. So therefore, I'll, as Mr. Tiwari ji rightly talked about Tansen and Kansen, whatever. So I'll quickly, I'm not going to speak about all the laurels that the transport sector is achieving. I think they have been adequately discussed and highlighted by the previous speakers. So I'm not going to either repeat them or give you some additional highlights of the great achievements of the transport and logistics sector. I will instead, for a change, try to red flag some of the issues plaguing the logistics and transport sector for your kind consideration, so that we have a wholesome session on this transport and logistics. What I want to tell you is that while the rail sector has been doing beautifully, as everybody has highlighted, but on the freight side we have had a continuous decline in the modal share of the rail sector in the overall freight transport moved in the country. As a result, while in the year 1950 we were moving almost 90% of the share of freight transport by rail, today it is less than 30%, around 26-27%. That is a very serious cause of concern, because although in absolute terms the total freight moving by rail has been increasing year on year, we are now, as somebody pointed out correctly, we have moved 1.6 billion tons of freight in the last financial year. But then the percentage or the share of the rail sector has been consistently falling or has now reached some kind of a plateau at a lower level. The National Rail Plan has sought that this share should be increased to 45% by 2030-31 or so. But unfortunately, until we take some radical policy initiatives and some infrastructural changes, we are not going to achieve it. So therefore, I mean, that's what I'm trying to point out, that we all need to be aware that despite spending so much amount of money in developing the rail sector, we have not been able to increase the modal share of rail transport in the overall freight moved in the country, which is a very, very serious cause of concern, because what I want to also point out that, you know, we spent more than 1 lakh crores on building a new dedicated freight corridor, and the initial justification for building a dedicated freight corridor was that it will bring down the unit cost of transport. Now, at that time, industry was very happy that the reduction in the unit cost of transport, the benefits of that will also flow to the industry. Unfortunately, that has not happened, and the rail tariffs, as they were applicable to the Indian railway network, the same tariffs are applicable to the dedicated freight corridor, and therefore, if there has been an actual reduction in the unit cost of transportation, its benefit has not been passed on to the users, except in the form of reduction in transit time to some extent, and maybe certain other facilities. But at the end-to-end logistics costs has not come down, and only freight moving on the two DFCs, there has been some reduction in the transit time. Similarly, the basket of commodities moving by rail has been consistently getting reduced in the last 70 years. At the time of independence, we were probably moving 70 to 75 types of different commodities by rail. Today it is less than 20, and 50% of freight moving by rail is only coal. So 50% coal, 10% iron ore, 10% cement, about 8% fertilizers. So you basically find that even those 18, 19 commodities which are moving, out of them about 5 or 6 commodities are taking away 80 to 90% of the share of rail freight moving, on the railways. So therefore, we are becoming more and more dependent only on a few commodities moving by rail, which is again a very serious cause of concern. So on the other hand, we are overpricing the rail freight tariff because we want to subsidize the other segment, that is the passenger segment. Only 2 days ago, there was a parliamentary committee on railways which met, and there was some news that there is a proposal to increase passenger fares from 1st of July. And promptly you have the parliamentarians expressing concern as to why the general public is going to be taxed with a higher passenger fare system. For your information, the suburban passenger traffic is being subsidized to the extent of 70%. That means for every 100 rupees spent on running a suburban train, the recovery is only rupees 30. In the sleeper class or the general second class, I would first take the general second class, the recovery is only to the extent of 40 rupees out of 100. Only in the air conditioned classes, the recovery is marginally above rupees 100, that is by 3 or 4 rupees. And the overall recovery for the entire passenger segment is around 55%. That means for every 100 rupees spent in earning 1 passenger kilometer, the recovery is around 55-56 rupees. Who is going to pay for the balance? John Maynard Keynes, the famous economist, said there is nothing like a free lunch. Somebody has to pay for it. It's either the taxpayer or the freight segment. If you are making the freight segment pay for it, then you are actually overpricing the freight segment, and that is one of the reasons why the share of freight in the overall, or share of rail freight in the overall freight has been consistently falling down because we have consistently overpriced the freight rail tariff in the last 30-40 years, and we continue to do it. So while now we are aware of it, there are analytical tools available, everybody is aware of it, but nobody has the courage to bite the bullet. So while we can keep clapping over all the good things we are doing, and we should continue to do it, no harm, but we should be aware that ultimately we have to bite the bullet, otherwise the taxpayer will have to fund this profligacy of one of the important transport sectors of the country. Secondly, we are very keen to reduce our logistics costs, which we are saying is currently in the range of 14-15%. We want to bring it down to less than 10%. But it can never happen if we are having this profligacy of overpricing the rail freight sector, because rail transport does continue to play an important role in the overall logistics scenario. So therefore, if you are overpricing that segment, naturally there is no question of being able to reduce the logistics costs in the country. So I think, as I said, time is limited. I will only flag one or two issues. I don't want to further bore you with any more such scenarios. I'm sure we can discuss it later on also. Thank you for your kind attention, and I also wish to thank the organizers, the Urban Infra and the Indian Chamber of Commerce, etc., for giving me an opportunity to speak before you. Thank you.
Very much like a Raisin Bran cookie that is good for your health, but not that tasty. Somebody had to address the issues that are important and essential for us to keep moving forward. With the same, we are now headed towards the final address for the first segment. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Deshraj Pathak, COO, TNT Jackson Infra.
Indeed, it's my pleasure to be here on this platform. Thanks to the organizers. Initially, I was not there on this list, but then when I came here, I thought, after listening to all the dignitaries, that it will not be good on my part to highlight some of the things which we are really facing on ground. Being a Chief Operating Officer of 4 business unit which I am heading at present: metro electrification, transmission line substation and distribution network. Today, if you will just see that for the growth, the kind of ambitious the country has put forward, that Viksit Bharat by 2047, and then renewable energy generation capacity of 500 gigawatt by 2030. Huge, the capex is required. Other than the capex, there is a lot of technological interventions are required, and then there are lot of talents and manpower are required on site to meet these timelines. Truly speaking, as far as that India is growing, everybody can see the growth path, and that lot of funding agencies, not only within the India, from the abroad, from all across the world, funding agencies are ready to put the money here in India, because they could see that it is a safer place, politically stable place to put in the money. Next part comes the technology part. Truly speaking, as Mr. Sanjeev Garg was saying, I can also see a very clear gap in the technology and innovation part. Today we are clapping on 160 km per hour speed, where the world is already running on 300 plus per hour of capacity of train speed. Not only this, you can see that in other segments also. We need to really think on those aspects, that where we are lagging. I can very clearly see, because I have a working experience in almost 13 countries. I worked in Latin America, Africa and other places also. There are lot of challenges are there, but the way we are now moving ahead, we should adopt that fast moving innovative technologies. We need to deploy more and more mechanization on ground, because the real challenge is on the availability of manpower. Every sector is struggling because of government initiative. You just see, take any segment. Every segment there is a huge number of opportunities are there, but you really, those guys who are on ground are really struggling to find out the real talented skilled manpower. Even some of the group companies I know are thinking to import the manpower from the neighboring countries. That kind of scenario is there, my dear friends. So I think it is a time that we should adopt more and more mechanization, more and more innovative technologies to address this skill gap within the India. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pathak. Ladies and gentlemen, with the same, I must encourage everyone to bring up a very enthusiastic cheer for all our speakers for the first segment. With the same, requesting the Managing Director and CEO at Urban Infra Group, Srimati Mamta Shah, to kindly join us on the stage. Let me get you all a little bit more excited about the next segment. We are to witness our next speaker in an absolute short while, but for now, I must encourage everyone to kindly come forward for a quick picture and accept a small token of appreciation on our behalf for your valuable time and insights. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sri Venkat Ramana Mavalla, President and Chief Business Officer, Jackson Infra. We're delighted to have Dr. Sarvesh Tiwari, CEO and Managing Director, PR Professionals, with us. Requesting Mr. Venkat Ramana to kindly come forward and accept the token of appreciation. Thank you. Requesting Dr. Sarvesh Tiwari, CEO and Managing Director, PR Professionals, to kindly come forward. Up next, please put your hands together for Sri Vijay Sharma, Director, Jindal Stainless Limited. Well, I believe the gentleman is not here with us at the moment. Please give it up for the Secretary General, the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport India, Sri Sanjeev Garg. We are delighted to have with us Sri Kumar Keshav, Director, Business Development India, DB International Operations. Up next, requesting Sri Sanjeev Garg to kindly come forward and join us. Up next, please welcome Sri Vijay Sharma. Well, I believe he's not here at the moment as well. Last but not least, please put your hands together for Sri Deshraj Pathak, COO, TND Jackson Infra. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you, ma'am. You all may kindly be seated. Thank you. Viksit Bharat 2047, National Master Plan for Rail and Logistics. Ladies and gentlemen, taking this conversation further, joining us on stage is a personality who currently serves as the National Program Director for the Ease of Doing Business and is the Country Director, India and UAE at Advanced Services for Social and Administrative Reforms. He also holds an additional charge as Project Director for National Highways for Electric Vehicles, recognized as a technocrat turned policy entrepreneur. He has pioneered innovations like the hybrid annuity model and the annuity hybrid e-mobility for the electric mobility infrastructure, working closely with stakeholders to convert national highways into e-highways under the EODB program. His work is supported by Niti Aayog, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and several cabinet ministers. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shri Abhijit Sinha, National Program Director, Ease of Doing Business. The procedure to clap is super simple. ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं करना होता, दोनों palms को साथ मिलाएंगे तो ताली बज जाती है. काफ़ी simple process है. Thank you.
राम राम, नमस्कार. मुझे शाम तक हैदराबाद पहुंचने का दिक्कत दिया गया है, तो मैं काफ़ी कम समय लूँगा. आप सबका स्वागत करता हूँ. मेरा विषय काफ़ी यूनिक है और मुझे उम्मीद है कि आप सब इस विषय के बारे में ज़्यादा जानने के लिए एक्साइटेड होंगे. इससे पहले कि आज के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में हम जिस जियो पॉलिटिकल सिचुएशन से गुजर रहे हैं, एक करीब 2500 साल पहले, आज से करीब 2400 साल पहले, 312 से 297 BC के आसपास दो पंक्तियां हमारे आचार्य चाणक्य ने कही थी, उससे मैं शुरुआत करना चाहता हूं. वो हैं सुखस्य मूलम धर्मम, धर्मस्य मूलम अर्थम, अर्थस्य मूलम राज्यम, राजस्य मूलम इंद्रियोजय. शॉर्ट में कॉन्टेक्स्ट अगर आपको पता चले तो सुख का मूल धर्म है, धर्म का मूल अर्थ है, अर्थ का मूल राज्य है और राज्य का मूल इंद्रियों के ऊपर विजय है. गोइंग फॉरवर्ड इन माय कॉन्वर्सेशन आप कॉन्टेक्स्ट कर पाएंगे कि इंद्रियों के ऊपर विजय का क्या मतलब आज वैश्विक पटल पर होता है, क्योंकि आज जिसके हाथ बम लग रहा है वो किसी न किसी के ऊपर फेंक दे रहा है. सो कब किस वक्त आपको अपने संयम और आपको अपने ऊपर कंट्रोल होना चाहिए और इसका कितना ज़रूरी संयम है विकसित होने के लिए, ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट गोइंग फॉरवर्ड आप मेरे साथ सुन पाएंगे. लेकिन उससे पहले मैं थोड़ा ये क्लियर कर दूं कि मैं जिस विकसित भारत की बात आज करने वाला हूं वो कॉपी पेस्ट इंडिया नहीं है. जिस इंडेक्स को, जिस हिरार्की को आप पिछले 70 साल से गीता मानते आए हैं, ये वो विकसित भारत नहीं है. आप अमेरिका बनना चाहते हैं कि चाइना बनना चाहते हैं, किस देश से ट्रेन लाना चाहते हैं, किस देश से मेट्रो लाना चाहते हैं, किसकी कॉपी यहाँ ला के पेस्ट करना चाहते हैं, ये वो भारत नहीं है. और मुझे जहाँ तक लगता है आज सोशल मीडिया के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में बहुत सारे लोग कहते हैं कि भारत को इजराइल हो जाना चाहिए, भारत को ये हो जाना चाहिए, भारत को वो हो जाना चाहिए, ये पावर एक्वायर कर लेना चाहिए. इनमें से किसी भी देश के जैसा भारत नहीं होना चाहता है. आपका 12,000 सालों का इतिहास है और इस इतिहास के बाद पिछले 70 सालों में भारत इंडिया बना है. डेमोक्रेटिकली, पॉलिटिकली एक नेशन जो कि विश्व स्तर पर अपना नाम, अपनी क्षमता और अपनी प्रतिभा को बताता है. इस विकसित भारत के इंटेंट, कंटेंट और एक्सटेंट को सबसे पहले आपको जानना जरूरी है. इंटेंट उसे कहते हैं जिस पर आप ये बिलीव करते हैं या मानते हैं कि आपको बनना क्या है. सो मैंने पहले ही बता दिया, हमें अमेरिका नहीं बनना, चाइना नहीं बनना, जापान नहीं बनना, कोई ऐसी कंट्री जिसके ऊपर बहुत टेक्निकल एडवांसमेंट है लेकिन उसके फैमिली एंड सोशल वैल्यूज़ नहीं है, कोई ऐसा देश जिसमें बहुत सारी चीज़ें तो हम चाहते हैं कि लेना, उनके जैसा बनना, लेकिन उनमें संयम नहीं है, वो भी भारत नहीं बनना चाहता. सो इंटेंट ये पहला पड़ाव है जिसको आप सब मेरे साथ समझेंगे. और चूंकि ये नेशनल मास्टर प्लान है, सो आप देश के उन कुछ चुनिंदा लीडरशिप के विजन्स को भी मेरे साथ शेयर कर पाएंगे. कंटेंट दूसरा हिस्सा है. आप क्या कंटेंट क्रिएट करना चाहते हैं इस डेवलपमेंट के लिए, क्या आपका पाथवे है. जब आप विकसित भारत की बात करते हैं तो कोई आपको मिलेगा वो कहेगा $35 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी होगी 2047 तक, कोई मिलेगा वो कहेगा $52 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी होगी. सो क्या आप राइट कंटेंट, राइट माइलस्टोन्स के साथ क्रिएट कर रहे हैं? क्या आप रिवर्स कैलकुलेशन में 2030 के इमीडिएट टारगेट्स बना चुके हैं? ये वो कंटेंट है जो इस वक्त ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस, भारत सरकार के डिफरेंट मिनिस्ट्रीज के साथ मिलकर करीब 20 माइक्रो इकोनॉमिक सेक्टर्स के लिए बना रहा है। उनमें सप्लाई चेन मैनेजमेंट क्या होना चाहिए, टेक्निकल एडवांसमेंट, इसमें से कई ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं जिसको पूरा करने के लिए, जिसको बनाने के लिए आपको करीब 15 साल का समय लगता है। सेमीकंडक्टर उसमें से एक है, हाइड्रोजन उसमें से एक है, इलेक्ट्रिक उसमें से एक है। रेलवेज में भी बहुत सारी ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजीज हैं जिसको एक सरकार एक टर्म में पूरा नहीं कर पाएगी। सो वो हिस्सा हम कंटेंट कहते हैं। तीसरा हिस्सा है एक्सटेंट। इंटेंट, कंटेंट के बाद एक्सटेंट। एक्सटेंट में मैं आपको 3 बातें बताऊंगा। मेरे पिछली पीढ़ी का भारत, उसके ग्रोथ, उसके एम्बिशंस, मेरे आगे मेरी पीढ़ी का भारत जिसमें हम लोग जी रहे हैं, हम सब वो कंटेंट बना रहे हैं, और मेरे बाद की पीढ़ी का भारत, मेरी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन का भारत। ये उस एक्सटेंट को तय करता है कि आपका विकास कहाँ होगा। क्या आप $30 ट्रिलियन पर रुकेंगे, $35 ट्रिलियन पर जाएंगे, या $52 ट्रिलियन का जो मास्टर इकोनॉमिक्स है उसको अचीव कर पाएंगे। सो आप सबके साथ अगले 5 मिनट में मैं ये शेयर करने वाला हूँ। उससे पहले 2013 से 2023 के बीच के भारत का फर्क बता देता हूँ। 2013 एक ऐसा समय था जब दुनिया कह रही थी कि आप फर्जाइल 5 इकोनॉमी है, आप एक ऐसी जर्जर फर्जाइल इकोनॉमी बन गए हैं, एक ऐसे टर्मिनल डिक्लाइन के रास्ते पे जा रहे हैं इकोनॉमिकली। इतना करप्शन है, 2G, 3G, 4G से लेकर पता नहीं जीजा जी तक घोटाले निकल रहे थे, और उन सब घोटालों को इकोनॉमिक प्रोस्पेक्ट पर ऐसे देखा जाता था कि भारत शायद अब दोबारा उठ नहीं पाएगा। 2013 का भारत था वो। 2013 के बाद 2023 में जब G20 हुआ, दिल्ली डिक्लेरेशन साइन हुए, आपके विजन, आपके कंटेंट, आपके इंटेंट, आपके एक्सटेंट, आपके एस्पिरेशंस, आपके एम्बिशंस को पूरी दुनिया ने आपके पीछे, आपके प्रधानमंत्री के साथ खड़े होकर कहा कि अगर किससे होगा तो तुमसे ही होगा। ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट 10 सालों के अंदर 2013 से 2023 के बीच में कैसे डेवलप होता है, और इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में हम आज आने वाली पीढ़ी के लिए क्या डेवलप कर रहे हैं, ये 10 सालों का सिर्फ न्यूमेरिक ग्रोथ पैटर्न नहीं है। ये 10 सालों में कल्चरली, थॉटफुली कैसे आपने सोचना बदला है, समझना बदला है और काम करना बदला है। ब्राज़ील, रशिया, इटली, फ्रांस, यूके, इन 5 देशों को ढकेलकर पिछले साल भारत 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनता है। 2024 जो कि मोदी इकोनॉमिक्स का 3rd टर्म था, इस टर्म में एक चीज़ जो सबसे क्लियरली हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी हमें बताते हैं कि अगर 3rd टर्म में भारत विकसित होगा तो ये 3री सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बनेगा। इससे पहले जो मैंने बताया, ब्राज़ील, रशिया, इटली, फ्रांस और यूके को पीछे ढकेलकर, उसमें हम 5वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था थे, और जिस वक्त 2024 से 2025 में आप पहुंचते हैं तो हम आज एक स्टेप चलकर 4थी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था जापान को पीछे कर चुके। जर्मनी की क्या पोजीशन है ऑटोमोबाइल में, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में, रेलवे में, लॉजिस्टिक्स में, ये आप सब जानते हैं। जर्मनी की पोजीशन को चैलेंज करने के लिए आप जो लोग मेरे साथ यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, रेलवे, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, लॉजिस्टिक, फ्रेट और रोड ट्रांसपोर्ट, हाईवे से जुड़े हुए लोग, उनकी कितनी अहम भूमिका है इस पैरामीटर को पार करने में, ये मुझे आपको बताने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। लेकिन 195 देशों में आज सिर्फ चाइना और अमेरिका और जर्मनी के पीछे खड़ा है भारत। इस भारत को किसी भी दिन आप, अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं कि हमने इटली, फ्रांस और यूके को किस दिन पीछे किया, आप में से याद है किसी को कौन सा डेट था जिस दिन हम इटली, फ्रांस और यूके से बड़ी इकोनॉमी बन गए? एनीबडी, एनीवन कैन रेज देयर हैंड एंड टेल मी द डेट और द मंथ और द ईयर? नहीं, किसी को याद नहीं होगा, क्योंकि ये अखबार में छप के आता है, जैसे कुछ दिन पहले जापान के बारे में अखबार में छप के आया था। इसी तरह अगले कुछ समय के बाद आपको जर्मनी के बारे में छप के आएगा। ये इंटेंट, ये कंटेंट और ये एक्सटेंट जो आप हम यहाँ साथ मिलकर बना रहे हैं, ये पहले से 2020 से 2030 के बीच में भारत को भारत का टेकेड बना चुका है। ये दुनिया का टेक एड है, ये डेकेड नहीं है, ये टेकेड है। और इस टेकेड को भारत की सेंचुरी बनाने के लिए जो फासला हमें तय करना है, वो आज का मेरा सब्जेक्ट है कि हम क्या करना चाहते हैं नेशनल मास्टर प्लान में इन लॉजिस्टिक्स एंड रेल। 2014 से 2019 का जो पीरियड था, इस पीरियड में बहुत सारे रिफॉर्म किए गए। 2019 से 2024 का जो पीरियड था, इसमें बहुत सारे परफॉर्मेंसेस किए गए, और 2024 से 2029 का जो पीरियड होगा, इसमें बहुत सारे ट्रांसफॉर्मेशंस होंगे। ये तीनों शब्द हमें हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी देते हैं, रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म एंड ट्रांसफॉर्म। रिफॉर्म, परफॉर्म, ट्रांसफॉर्म के इस मंत्र पर चलते हुए यदि आप पहले टर्म को देखें तो आपकी लैंड एक्विजिशन, फंडिंग, फाइनेंसिंग, प्रोटोटाइपिंग, सर्टिफिकेशन, आपके स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन, इन सब की जो आधारभूत व्यवस्थाएं थी, इनके जो बेसिक नोडल एजेंसीज, रेगुलेटरी बॉडीज थी, बेकार के कानून थे, फाइलें यहाँ से वहाँ ब्यूरोक्रेसी में भटकती रहती थी, उन सब को पहले टर्म में सॉर्ट आउट किया गया। दैट इज रिफॉर्म। सेकेंड इज परफॉर्म। परफॉर्म में आपने वंदे भारत को देखा, बुलेट ट्रेन के बारे में डेवलपमेंट सुनी, इम्प्रूवमेंट्स, इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन, डिजिटाइजेशन, ये सारे परफॉर्मेंस के रिफॉर्म के काम, परफॉर्म के काम दूसरे टर्म में हुए। इस टर्म में आप ज़्यादातर ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की बात सुन रहे हैं, ऐसे ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन की बात जो आपने कभी सोचे नहीं थे, उसके बारे में कभी चर्चा भी नहीं हो पाती थी, क्योंकि हम मान के चलते थे कि इस लेवल का ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन भारत कर ही नहीं सकता, ये एस्पिरेशन और एम्बिशन में भी नहीं आना चाहिए। जैसे कि 100% डिजिटाइजेशन, रेल इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन, आई थिंक हम 100% रेल इलेक्ट्रिफिकेशन पूरा कर चुके हैं। 2070 तक नेट जीरो डीकार्बोनाइजेशन, 100% कंप्लीट जियो स्पेशलाइजेशन, जियो फेंसिंग ऑफ हाईवेज एंड ट्रैक्स बोथ, इंडस्ट्रियल ऑटोमेशन ऑफ डिजिटाइजेशन, इंडस्ट्री 4.0। इसके साथ और भी बहुत सारे एम्बिशंस हैं जिनको इस टर्म में, ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन के टर्म में शुरू किया जा चुका है। मेरे पहले प्रबुद्ध वक्ताओं ने आपको बहुत सारी चीज़ें बताई, उसमें हम इंडिया के अंदर 30-35 किलोमीटर पर डे हाईवे बनाते हैं, ये आपने सुना। मुझसे आप सुनेंगे कि हम इंडिया के बाहर कितने कॉरिडोर्स और हाईवे बनाते हैं, हम इंडिया के बाहर कितनी रेल लाइनें बिछा रहे हैं, और इंडिया के बाहर हम सिर्फ टेक्नोलॉजी, प्रोडक्ट और सर्विस नहीं दे रहे हैं, हम इंडिया के बाहर पूरा का पूरा इकोसिस्टम आज एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं। उसमें लोग भी हैं, टेक्नोलॉजीज भी हैं, हार्डवेयर्स भी हैं, सर्विसेज भी हैं और प्रोडक्ट्स भी हैं। ये वो भारत है जो 2020 से 2030 के टेकेड की शुरुआत कर चुका है, और इस टेकेड की शुरुआत में आपकी डिफिकल्टीज हमारी डिफिकल्टीज है। मैं ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस का नेशनल प्रोग्राम डायरेक्टर होने के साथ साथ नेशनल हाईवे ईवी का भी डायरेक्टर हूँ। मुझे दिशा के जैसे प्रोजेक्ट भी करने का मौका मिला, और पिछले 10 सालों में मैंने जिन भी प्रोजेक्ट्स को किया उसमें कुछ 4-5 चीज़ें कॉमन थी जो आपकी रोज़मर्रा की तकलीफ है। स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन, प्रोक्योरमेंट प्रोसेस, फंडिंग इश्यूज, कमर्शियल इक्विवेलेंस ऑफ इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजीज और सर्टिफिकेशन। इन सब प्रॉब्लम्स को सॉल्व करने के लिए पहले हम क्या किया करते थे? ऐसा नहीं था कि 2014 से पहले भारत में कुछ काम ही नहीं होता था। हम इन सब को करने से पहले विदेशी कंसल्टेंट अपॉइंट कर दिया करते थे। बिग 4 आकर के आपको बताते थे आप प्रोक्योरमेंट कैसे करेंगे, फाइनेंसिंग कैसे करेंगे, आप स्टैंडर्ड्स कैसे डिसाइड करेंगे, राज्य अपने आरएफपी कैसे निकालेंगे, डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स और जिला और राज्यों के स्तर पर नई टेक्नोलॉजीज भारत कैसे लेगा, ये अमेरिका से कंपनी आके आपको बताती थी। अब मैं शहर से इस बात को ऑफिशियली रिकॉग्नाइज कर सकता हूं, क्योंकि पिछले हफ्ते प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स ऑफिस ने भी इसको क्लियर कर दिया कि हम अब अपने बिग 4 बनाएंगे, हम अब अपनी कंसल्टिंग एजेंसीज बनाएंगी जो भारत की हैं, भारत की मूल धारणा अवधारणा को समझती हैं, और उसके हिसाब से हमारे कारोबारियों की लिमिटेशंस, इंक्लूसिविटी एंड उनके कंस्ट्रेंट के हिसाब से पॉलिसीज और आरएफपी फ्लोट किए जाएंगे। मैंने आपसे 3 पीढ़ी का जिक्र किया, मेरे पिछली पीढ़ी का, मेरी पीढ़ी का जो कंटेंट बना रही है, और मेरी आगे आने वाली पीढ़ी जो एक्सटेंट डिसाइड करेगी। इसमें मैं एक छोटी सी बात आपके साथ शेयर करना चाहता हूं, उससे आप कॉन्टेक्स्ट जो मैं बताने वाला हूं उसको समझ पाएंगे। कोई व्यक्ति स्विट्जरलैंड गया, कोई बेल्जियम या लग्जमबर्ग गया, 3 दिन रहा, उसको होटल में की कार्ड के साथ एक और कार्ड मिला कि ये मल्टी मॉडल लॉजिस्टिक कार्ड है, 3 दिन के लिए आप हमारे मेहमान हैं, आप 3 दिनों तक कार, ट्रक, बस, ट्रेन, ट्राम, जो भी हमारी पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट है उसका फ़ायदा उठा सकते हैं। इस कार्ड में एक रिचार्ज वैल्यू इसमें डाली गई है, ज़रूरत पड़ेगी तो आप और रिचार्ज कर सकते हैं। इस तरह की टेक्नोलॉजीज़ 10 साल पहले जब कोई देख के आता था भारत में, बताता था कि हमने देखा है, उसको करना है, तो ज़्यादातर लोगों का उत्तर क्या होता था कि ये है तो बहुत अच्छी, लेकिन यहाँ नहीं हो पाएगा। भारत इस वक्त उसके लिए तैयार नहीं है। इसके लिए जो माथापच्ची करनी पड़ेगी 20 मंत्रालयों के साथ, उन सबको एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे, एक डिजिटल प्रोटोकॉल पे लाना पड़ेगा, ये भारत में इस वक्त संभव ही नहीं है। आज बड़े हर्ष के साथ मुझे ये बताते हुए आप खुशी हो रही है कि इसको बना चुके हैं। ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की वजह से इसका जो इनॉग्रेशन था वो डिले किया गया। आगे आने वाले समय में मैं राज्य का नाम बता सकता हूँ। महाराष्ट्र में इसका पहला मॉडल आपको देखने को मिलेगा, जिसमें आप एक ही कार्ड से हर तरह की लॉजिस्टिक, इंक्लूडिंग ट्रेन, मेट्रो, बस और कार, तीनों को इस्तेमाल कर पाएंगे। पीछे वाली पीढ़ी 1947 से 1965 का भारत, ज़्यादातर माने तो इकोनॉमिकली वो एग्रीकल्चरल भारत था। 1965 से 1985 इंडस्ट्रियल इकोनॉमी थी और 1985 से 2000 तक कंप्यूटर की इकोनॉमी बना। 2000 से 2022 तक डिजिटल और धीरे धीरे ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी बनने लगा। 2022 से 2047 तक वो 25 साल है जिसमें आप अपने 100 साल पूरे करेंगे। ये मेरे पीछे की पीढ़ी का भारत था। मेरी पीढ़ी का भारत अगर आप मुझसे पूछें तो मुझे पहले 1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनाने में 65 साल लगे। भारत को पहले 1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनाने में 65 साल लगे और दूसरा ट्रिलियन ऐड करने में 8 साल लगे, तीसरा ट्रिलियन ऐड करने में 5 साल लगे, चौथा ट्रिलियन ऐड करने में 3 साल लगे और 5वां ट्रिलियन हम करीब करीब 2 साल में ऐड कर लेंगे। और इस वक्त आपके पास कम से कम 4 राज्य ऐसे हैं जो हर साल 1 ट्रिलियन ऐड करना चाहते हैं। गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, तमिलनाडु और आपका पड़ोसी राज्य उत्तर प्रदेश। इन सब का इन्वेस्टमेंट समिट, इन सब के इन्वेस्टमेंट मशीनरीज को, इन्वेस्टमेंट मिशंस को आप देखें, वो सब अकेले आज $1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनाने की ताल ठोक रहे हैं। अगर मैं ये कहूं कि आपको 35 से 45, $55 ट्रिलियन का भारत बनना है तो आपको ऐसे और राज्य चाहिए और हर साल आप 1 ट्रिलियन ऐड कर पाएं, ये अतिशयोक्ति नहीं होगी, ये ओवर स्टेप नहीं होगा। लेकिन मेरे बाद का भारत, मेरे बाद की जनरेशन, यहाँ बहुत सारे युवा, कॉलेज के बच्चे और बहुत सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन के 25 से 35 वर्ष के बीच के लोग हैं, जिनको मैं रेफर करना चाहता हूँ कि वो बता सकते हैं, वो समझा सकते हैं और वो डिसाइड कर सकते हैं कि क्या हम $30 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी होंगे 2047 में या 52 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी होंगे। और इन दोनों में 2 सबसे बड़ी चीजें जो इंपॉर्टेंट हैं, जो 2 नेशनल एम्बिशंस हैं, उसमें से एक लॉजिस्टिक और दूसरा रेलवे। अगर आप अपना लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट, नेशनल लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 14-15% से 9% पर नहीं ला पाते अगले कुछ समय में, कितनी उसमें एफर्ट्स लगेंगी, प्रयास लगेंगे, मुझे नहीं पता, आप सब उसको बेहतर जानते हैं। नहीं ला पाते हैं तो शायद हम वो सपना पूरा न कर पाए। और दूसरा, 30% के आसपास अगर आप अपना ऑयल इंपोर्ट बिल रिड्यूस नहीं कर पाते। ऑयल इंपोर्ट बिल का क्या होगा, आप हर दिन, कल परसों मैंने ईरान के बारे में सुना कि वो कोई ट्रेड ब्रैकेट है वो बंद करने वाले हैं, जिससे पूरी दुनिया में क्रूड ऑयल की प्राइस बढ़ जाएगी। सो कब कौन सा देश किससे लड़ जाएगा, आज की जियोपॉलिटिकल स्थिति में कुछ भी निश्चित नहीं है। सो आप जितनी जल्दी डीकार्बोनाइज हो जाएं एज एन इकोनॉमी, उतना बढ़िया है। सो मैं जस्ट आपको एक कॉन्टेक्स्ट देना चाहता हूं कि आप अगले करीब 22 सालों में, और उन 22 सालों में जाने से पहले मैं थोड़ा एक डिटोर लेना चाहता हूं कि जब 2022 बीच में 2020 से 22 के बीच में हम ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी बन रहे थे, उस वक्त आप सब लोगों ने 2014 के आसपास में एक ऐसा डिसीजन लिया जिससे दुनिया जिस इकोनॉमी को फर्जाइल 5 और तुमसे न हो पाएगा कह रही थी, उसी इकोनॉमी को आज एक नए युग की शुरुआत की तरह देखा जा रहा है। जैसे आप कहते हैं कभी एक्सेस हो जाता है तो फिर वो रिवर्स होता है, सृष्टि का भी यही नियम होता है, आप प्रलय के पास पहुंचते हैं तो सृष्टि आपको दोबारा मौका देती है। तब आप सब लोगों ने एक ऐसे व्यक्ति को गुजरात से उठाकर देश का प्रधानमंत्री बना दिया, जिन्होंने इस लास्ट के 22 से 47 के बीच में, जो 25 साल होंगे 100 साल होने से पहले, उसको न सिर्फ एक नई दिशा दी, बल्कि उसके ऊपर 2 स्टेप चलकर भी दिखाया। और ये जानना जरूरी है कि हम जब विकसित भारत की बात करते हैं, मैंने शुरू में कहा हमें चाइना नहीं होना है, हमें जापान नहीं होना है, अमेरिका नहीं होना है, हमें चीन, हमें जर्मनी भी नहीं होना है। हम भारत हैं और हम भारत ही रहना चाहते हैं। सो विकसित भारत का आपके जीवन में कॉन्टेक्स्ट क्या है? अगर रिफॉर्म हुआ है, परफॉर्म हुआ है, तो ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन क्या है? व्यक्ति को व्यक्तिगत रूप से बेनिफिट क्या मिलते हैं? सो 2 स्टेप जिसकी मैं बात कर रहा हूं कि सिर्फ इस अमृत काल का 2022 से 2047 तक का उन्होंने सपना नहीं दिखाया, उन्होंने 2 स्टेप करके दिखाए, जिसमें अगर इस साल की बजट को मैं कॉन्टेक्स्ट कोट करता हूं तो आप करीब करीब व्यक्तिगत तौर पर 12 लाख का इनकम प्राप्त करने वाले लोग टैक्स ब्रैकेट के फ्री हैं, और एक हाउस होल्ड पति पत्नी दोनों जो 12 लाख रुपए कमाते हैं, 25 लाख का एक हाउस होल्ड टैक्स ब्रैकेट के फ्री है, टैक्स ब्रैकेट के बाहर है। ये ब्रैकेट्स बढ़ते जाएंगे तब तक जब तक कि आप उस डिजायर्ड इकोनॉमी को, उस डिजायर्ड इनकम ग्रोथ को न मान लें। और आप कहेंगे कि विकसित भारत $35 ट्रिलियन, 4.8 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की इकोनॉमी 35 ट्रिलियन डॉलर बनने का सपना देख रही है। न उस वक्त तक ये सरकार रहेगी, न पार्टी रहेगी, न हमारे साथ वो लीडरशिप रहेगी। कितना रियलिस्टिक है? सो जस्ट टू गिव यू द लास्ट कॉन्टेस्ट बिफोर आई एंटर इनटू माय नेक्स्ट जनरेशन भारत इज, आपकी 2100 US डॉलर की इकोनॉमी थी एक देश की, नाम भी मैं बाद में बता दूंगा, जिसने 25 साल के अंदर करीब 44,000 US डॉलर की पर कैपिटा इनकम को अचीव किया। ये वो देश था जो हमारे साथ लगभग आज़ाद हुआ था, जापान। इसके ऊपर 2 बम गिरे थे, हिरोशिमा और नागासाकी पे, द्वितीय विश्व युद्ध में। 5 साल इसे अपने पैर पर खड़ा होने में लगा, 1946-47 से लेकर 1970 तक, और 1970 से 1995 तक का जो सफर जापान ने तय किया है, इत्तेफाक से भारत आज उसी हिस्टोरिकल टाइम विंडो में खड़ा है। उस समय जापान की पर कैपिटा इनकम 2100 US डॉलर थी, आपकी 22 to 2400 US डॉलर, करेक्ट, पर पर्सन कैपिटा इनकम। उस समय जापान की इकोनॉमी 215 बिलियन US डॉलर थी। कैन यू इमेजिन कि 25 सालों में 1970 से 1995 में जापान की इकोनॉमी क्या होगी? जापान की इकोनॉमी हुई 5.1 ट्रिलियन डॉलर। ये करीब करीब 25 फोल्ड ग्रोथ है। और जब आप इस हिस्टोरिकल एग्जाम्पल को देखते हो कि हुआ है, ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं हो सकता है, क्या हम कर सकते हैं, ये सवाल हम सब के बीच में उठता है। ये सवाल हम सबको उस अमृत काल में उस अमृत की तरह दिया जाता है कि यदि ये सरकार रहे न रहे, यूजुअली पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज का मैनिफेस्टो 5 साल का होता है, लेकिन वो अमृत जो हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री हमें देना चाहते हैं, हर सेक्टर को उसके एम्बिशंस याद दिलाना चाहते हैं, गिनाना चाहते हैं, उसके ग्रोथ रेट, उसकी स्किल की रिक्वायरमेंट क्या होगी, उसके कंपोनेंट की रिक्वायरमेंट क्या होगी, टेक्निकल एडवांसमेंट की रिक्वायरमेंट क्या होगी, क्या हम आज इंपोर्ट करते हैं जो हमें यहाँ बनाना शुरू करना चाहिए। अगर ये आपको पता है तो आपको कल किसकी सरकार चुननी होगी, कौन आपको उस ग्रोथ के साथ लेके जाएगा, या आप खुद इसका निश्चय कर सकते हैं। सो आखिरी पीढ़ी इस वक्त मैं जो आपके साथ शेयर करने वाला हूँ, उस पीढ़ी की कैलकुलेशन जो हमारी नई पीढ़ी है उसको आपको ज़रूर जानना चाहिए। हम आज इस वक्त 4.18 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की इकोनॉमी है। कंजर्वेटिवली मैं 3.2 ट्रिलियन डॉलर को, जो कि हमारे माननीय कॉमर्स एंड इंडस्ट्री मिनिस्टर ने कुछ दिन पहले आपके साथ शेयर किया था, 3.2 ट्रिलियन डॉलर को 6 साल में हमने पिछले 12 सालों का जो ग्रोथ, और ये मैं हाइपोथेटिकली प्रोजेक्टेड कैलकुलेशन नहीं बता रहा हूँ, मैं आपको पिछले 12 साल की जो ग्रोथ रेट है उसके ऊपर आप 3.2 ट्रिलियन डॉलर इकोनॉमी से 6 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की इकोनॉमी हो जाएंगे 2032 तक। और अगर आप 2032 में 6.5 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की इकोनॉमी होते हैं तो 2038 में होंगे 13 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की इकोनॉमी, और 2038 से 2044 में होंगे 26 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की इकोनॉमी, और 2044 से 2050 में होंगे वाकई 52 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की 52 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की इकोनॉमी। ये ग्रोथ रेट हमारी आगे आने वाली जनरेशन का है। इस जनरेशन को जो दो मेजर एम्बिशंस पूरे करने हैं, उसमें से एक है रेलिफिकेशन और दूसरा है डीकार्बोनाइजेशन। डीकार्बोनाइजेशन के दो अलग अलग आयाम हैं। पहले आप अपने लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट को पूरा कीजिए, कम कीजिए, और दूसरा करीब करीब 30% ऑयल इंपोर्ट बिल को रिड्यूस कीजिए। सो लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, दिस नेशनल मास्टर प्लान ऑफ लॉजिस्टिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, पीएम गति शक्ति, रेल, रोड, electrification, hydrogen, all of them, they are being designed in a way कि आप अगले 10 सालों के अंदर, 5 सालों के अंदर उन माइलस्टोन्स को पूरा कर सके। हमने, आप सब ने सुना होगा कि 10 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की ग्रीन इकोनॉमी चाहिए डीकार्बोनाइज करने के लिए पूरी हमारी इकोनॉमी को। 10 ट्रिलियन को आप अगर डिवाइड करते हैं, 2030 में आपको 2 ट्रिलियन बनाने पड़ेंगे, और उस 2 ट्रिलियन का पहला माइलस्टोन हमसे आज सिर्फ 4 साल दूर है। सो अगले 4 साल में हम क्या करते हैं, ये डिसाइड करेगा कि 2070 में हम 10 ट्रिलियन डॉलर की ग्रीन इकोनॉमी बना पाएंगे कि नहीं, और ग्रीन इकोनॉमी बनानी कितनी ज़रूरी है ये मुझे आपको बताने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। हर दिन झगड़े हो रहे हैं और हर दिन प्राइस बढ़ रही है। थैंक यू फॉर बीइंग पेशेंट ऑडियंस।
Thank you, Mr. Sinha. Could I please encourage you to kindly stay back on the stage to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf for your valuable time and the insights. I now request the CEO and MD at Urban Infra Group, Mrs. Mamta Shah, to kindly join us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring up a very enthusiastic cheer for Mr. Sinha. Thank you for taking out time from your busy schedule and gracing the occasion. Strategic Marketing in PPPs, Urban Rail Infrastructure. Joining us on stage is Professor at the GL Bharat Institute of Management and Research. Please put your hands together for Dr. Surabhi Singh.
Glad to be here, and once Mr. Abhijit says something, then we become spellbound, honestly speaking, because he always come with a lot of data, and actually he is working also at the ground level to definitely. But yes, being from academia, I have certain recommendations I always make when I come, with of course with the support of Mr. Vinod and Ms. Mamta. I always come every year just to present certain recommendation from my academia side. So I am Dr. Surabhi Singh. I am basically taking up the issue of triple P. Yeah. So basically triple P is all about public and private partnership. Everybody knows. Now what exactly is the benefit of public and private partnership, as we know that we are already moving towards a growth level, as Mr. Abhijit also quoted. So we are actually expanding our country to the level where we can actually become the global power, superpower in the world. So I really would like to urge about PPP, because basically public and private partnership allows us to have a kind of a understanding that a lot of services and rail infrastructure, lot of components of the rail infrastructure, they actually require to have a lot of investment from the private partners. Now again, it depends, a lot of meticulous planning has to be done, that what type of private partnership are we actually collaborating with. That's also a very important component. So basically the urban rail projects, again one of the part of the PPP, then public private partnerships, and of course certain stakeholder competition and the challenges which are always there. In fact, many of the speakers also, our keynote speakers, they already had mentioned about the challenges which we basically face in the rail infrastructure projects, that sometimes the deadlines are not met, and we are looking at the maintenance problem also. In fact, the Vande Mataram is one of the, Vande Bharat is one of the example where we are looking at the maintenance problem also. A lot of things are, again coming up. Of course, it has been a very, very great project of our PM sir, but still there are maintenance issues which are coming. So I really think that private operators have to work, and of course the public partnership and private partners, they have to work in collaboration and they have to come out with certain kind of efficiency for which actually these PPPs are meant for. So PPPs are meant for basically increasing the efficiency and of course, entering a new market and of course maximizing the ROI. But are we really maximizing the ROI? That is a kind of certain question which I am presenting today. So certain marketing considerations I have just kept, because for the strategic marketing, we always mention that we need to understand that what are the value proposition which we are actually looking, when we are talking about the PPP projects. So we have to emphasize on the value propositions. We have to, again tell all the partners that how much ROI they are going to get in the collaboration. Because I tell you, again, I'll urge that a lot of public companies, they are really going down and companies are not able to show that much worth. They don't have efficiency. They are very, very sluggish. In fact, I must say that the ROI is also not coming. So of course, we need to invite a lot of private investors who can actually, and I tell you honestly, private investors also don't want to work with a lot of government projects because, sometimes their work gets delayed. So it's important that, private investors have to be convinced by the strategic marketing plan that they will get a lot of ROI, and of course, they will be able to get a lot of new markets also. They'll be able to enter new markets, and of course, a lot of efficiency can be increased. So that again is a marketing part which we need to have, we need to do, from the rail infrastructure team on behalf of rail infrastructure. These are certain examples I have quoted. If you see the first Gujarat railway station which was redeveloped, it's again a plan of our Honorable PM, and you know very well that it's one of the 400 stations which we have actually envisioned within the 100 cities. So that is again a great project, and 2 stations are already redeveloped and others are in pipeline. So these are again the proven success which we show in the rail infrastructure, and of course the whole credit goes to the PPP model only. PPP basically, follows 3 kind of models. One is BOO. BOO is build, owned and operate. Now, when we build something, we are owning it, and when then we are operating it, then we have to take care of a lot of logistic. In fact, Mr. Sinha also, rightly said that a lot of logistic issues has to be actually addressed, and there are a lot of lacunas, which we really get to see also during the implementation part. Second model, which again is of PPP, is BOT, that is build, own and transfer. So generally what happens that, again in the railways, a lot of railway IRTS officials are sitting here and they are so much knowledgeable. I really can say I had already listened to them in the inaugural session. But again, they also must have witnessed that a lot of, costing issues are there, a lot of, again, these kind of, which we say logistic issues are there. So that has to be addressed. So again, this is another part which definitely has to be taken care of. Another third is called DBFO model. DBFO is design, then we build, and then we basically finance, and then we finally operate. Again, these 3 models generally are adopted by the PPP partnership. Now remember one thing, we have to look at that whether these models are aptly implemented or not. That is very, very important for us to understand. Now these are some of the important, again, aspects of strategic marketing which we, when we execute in the PPP's form, that is increase ridership and revenue. Of course, the revenue will increase because when a lot of private partnerships are there, definitely the citizens, trust will be built. People knows, a lot of ROI is there when the private partners are associated with some kind of a rail infrastructure again. Then build public trust, and of course it's lead to the ensured, long-term value again will always be there. So these are certain, benefits which we get from the strategic marketing. Now these are the strategic marketing, but we always look at the key players which are there in the market, and competition. We need to raise the competition for the bidding process also. When we issue the tenders and all, we need to take care that whether tendering has the competition or not. If you're not giving any competition tender and it is just going with the reference, you will not be able to bring some, a kind of a high result. You need to be very, very competitive. Then only you will get the good result. And then third one is segmentation positioning. Basically, we need to identify that what part, like, because we are talking of RailTrans Expo today, and a lot of railway, maintenance companies, parts, providers, even Jackson Infra, of course, they are also providing a lot of infrastructure, services to us. All the metros are built by them. So, of course, even this, initially we had one person who had come from this, what was the name, that Kanishk, who was, he was from which company? He's also a private company only. I don't remember the name. The first speaker who was there in the inaugural, anyone remember? First speaker who just said and then he left. What's the name? No. Connect Setia, yeah. So he is also from Western Carriers. So again, Western Carriers have been doing so well. So these are examples of, triple P partnerships, and this really leads to a lot of results also. So these are certain key marketing strategies. Branding and positioning has to be taken care of. Value propositions. We need to have the same type of value proposition when we are collaborating between the public and the private. So these are some strategies and tactics. Of course, digital marketing. Without digital marketing, nothing can be achieved. We know very well, right? Because we need to make every public understand that we are actually doing everything for the citizens only, isn't it? For us only. And our Honorable PM is one of the example. He has actually united us, and in leading the India at the global level. And we are really, really proud of that. These are some customer engagement and experience we need to be very, very particular about, because we need to have user-friendly interface, real-time update, loyalty programs, customer feedback when we are running these kind of triple P models. And then these PR, of course, one of the PR professionals, company founder came also today. So again, PR has a really, really big role, because ultimately everything, whatever we are doing, we are relating with the public only. So all these technological, innovations will be helping us to analyze the data and come with the right input also. So these are some kind of services, revenue diversification. These are the success rate which we'll find when we are talking of triple P partnership. And this is the future of urban rail marketing when we are using the strategic marketing, data-driven insights, personalization, sustainability, and innovation. I'm just going to be crisp because I know I am between you and lunch. So that is why I just, skipped my slides in a very faster way, because finally, it is the people connect only which will help us to grow at the global level. Thank you so much.
And to present a small token of appreciation for your valuable insights and your time, I now request Mrs. Mamta Shah to kindly join us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, could I please encourage everyone to take out their mobile phones? फटाफट से अपनी अलार्म या क्लॉक की ऐप पर जाइए कृपया करके. Thank you ladies, thank you very much. Next Gen Rail and Mobility. How startups, MSMEs and large players can power the future. To explore how private enterprises, including MSMEs and startups, can play a transformative role in India's railways and mobility sector by driving innovation, using AI, fostering collaboration and contributing to the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. Join me as I welcome our esteemed panelists. और अब क्योंकि मुझे मालूम है कि आप सभी लोग ताली तो बहुत बढ़िया से बजाते हैं, तो कृपया ज़ोरदार तालियों से सभी पैनलिस्ट का स्वागत कीजिएगा. Joining us on stage first and foremost is the advisor at Urban International Limited. Please put your hands together for Mr. Rajesh Prasad. Joining us up next is the advisor at RailTel Corporation of India. Please put your hands together for Mr. Anshul Gupta. Well, I'm certain that he's on the way and shall be joining us momentarily. Up next, please put your hands together for the General Manager Transportation at BHEL, Mr. Sanjay Garg. Our next panelist serves as the CEO and co-founder at Link Hall. Please put your hands together for Mr. Mansoor Farooqi. Up next, AVP Sales and Distribution at Jindal Stainless. Joining us is Mr. Ranit Rana. And completing the panel, it's time to welcome the moderator. Please put your hands together for Dr. Namrata Kalsi, Chief Architect, HMRTC and Gurgaon Metro Rail Limited. Well, while the moderator is on the way, how about I get you your mics and we can get started? Well, saving us and the time, Mr. Prasad has something very interesting he'd love to share with the audience. Can I please request him to kindly take the podium?
One of the panelists and the moderator are on the way, and it will take some time, and we have got a filler of around 5 to 7 minutes. So I thought, let me share few things about the topic, which is basically next generation rail and mobility, role of startups, MSMEs and the private players. So very good afternoon, and this is Rajesh Prasad. I am former Director Operations from Rail Vikas Nigam Limited and now working as Advisor Corporate Coordination IRCON International Limited. See, if we see the history of the Indian Railways, the first train started in 1853, so we have completed 172 years of the train services. We have got an era pre-independence, then we had post-independence till 2014, then there was a revolutionary change from 2014, which is still continuing, and 2023-24 we completed 75 years. Now we are eyeing for the 100th year of independence, that is the Viksit Bharat 2047. This particular 25-year block, we call it Rising Bharat period. This is very important because a lot of things have been planned. There is a very big road map for the country to become Viksit Bharat. So I have got few numbers, so I thought let me share this because we are all waiting for the other panelists, and so first I will talk about how Indian Railways network is placed. So we are the fourth largest with 69,000 route kilometer. The highest is USA, which is having around 2.25 lakh route kilometers, followed by China 1.25, USSR maybe 86,000. Plus minus 1,000, 2,000 route kilometers. Now, if you see the kind of traffic which we handle, the number of train sets, coaches, wagons, you will be surprised to note that we have got 10,000 plus passenger trains running every day, 9,000 goods trains, and we have got the total basically number of coaches, wagons. They are also astonishing numbers. For example, we have got 15,000 locomotives, 85,000 coaches, 3.5 lakhs wagons. They have got 7,500 number of stations. When we talk about the model share, we have got a model share of 26%. Highest model share in the world is 56% with Australia. And in terms of the traffic, for the goods traffic, we are presently number 4 in terms of the billion track kilometers. And in terms of passengers, we are number 2 after Japan. I am sure that you must be appreciating these numbers because these numbers are readily not available. Now, if you see the independence, 1951 we had 73 million tons, which went up to 1591 million tons in 2024, 1000 million tons in 2014, and by 2047 we are targeting and eyeing 3000 million tons. Now the incremental increase, whatever increase which we have been seeing in the last 3 years is very less. It is of the order of 3 to 4%. So I will, if everybody has come, then I'll close. Madam, moderator has not come, so I have got time.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, fine. I can speak for 1 hour. There is absolutely no problem.
My sincerest apologies. I do not wish to interject, but due to some unforeseen family emergency, Dr. Namrata had to cancel. So we are now deconstructing the panel into keynote addresses, requesting all the panelists to kindly join us on the podium one by one to talk about the relevant topics.
Okay. So in fact, then in that case, I was moving in right direction and I had already set the tone for this address. So this 25-year block is very important. Now if we compare this 25-year block with respect to the Japan and the China, see 1970 to 1995, if you see the economy of Japanese, they were having $215 billion, which became $5.5 trillion, almost 25 times. That time there were also some problems, just like the various wars going on that time, Taiwan war, then the there were crises, wild crisis, and then inflation. So many things were there, but their economy grew 25 times. Now, if you see the China, 1996 to 2021, their economy grew almost 22 times. We are having the economy of 3.3 trillions. There are various studies which say that in 25 years this can land in 27 trillions. Somebody says 50 trillions. There is a very simple formula, rule of 70, and if you calculate and if you go through the various studies which have been made by the various international agencies, we will land between 27 to 35 trillion. So this is what is happening towards the economy. Now if you see the size of the railway infrastructures, in 2014 we were having around 4.5 kilometers of creation. It has gone to 14.5. By 2047 we are eyeing for 40 kilometers per day, 40 to 50. So you can imagine, at the time of independence we had the basically capex of around 150 crores, which became 58,000 crores in 2014. 24 it became 2.6 lakhs crores, 24, and we are now talking about 10 lakhs of crores by 2047. So if you see the route kilometer, we are having 69,000 route kilometers. By 2047, including the high speed, including the RRTS, we are likely to have 1 lakh kilometers. Why I am saying all these numbers? Because you see that we have got great opportunities in execution of the various kinds of typical railway infrastructure projects. Now coming back to the topic, we are talking about the next generation rail and mobility role of startups, MSMEs. So I will start with the government's initiatives. What are the initiatives government has taken for this? So if you see the initiatives, we have got ANRF Act 2023. I do not know how many of you have heard about this ANRF Act, that is the Anusandhan National Research Foundation, to promote research and development. And from 2023 to 2028, this 5-year block, if you see the outlay, it is around 50,000 crores. So this is one of the great initiative of the government of India. Then India AI Mission, again 5-year block, 10,300 crores is the outlay, and aim is to make India a global AI leader. Another initiative which we talk about, the National Quantum Mission, again 2023-24 to 30, 6,000 crore outlay is there, and mission includes setting up of the thematic hubs, we call it T hubs, in top academic, in association with the top academic and research institutes. Then we have got the National Green Hydrogen Mission, and up to 2029-30, again we have got an outlay of around 19,700 crores. Aim is to become Atmanirbhar through clean energy. Then National Supercomputing Mission 2015, indigenous supercomputers which can be used including the mobility sectors. India Semiconductor Mission 2021, Skill India program. Again, we have got an outlay and provisions of 8,800 crores. PMKVY we call it, that is the PM Kausal Vikas Yojana. We all know that the skilling is the backbone of the economic growth. Then we are talking about the hydrogen powered train that we are going to have very shortly. We have the ICF will manufacture it, and the first train will run from Jind to Sonipat. It will have an horsepower of 1200 horsepower. Our ex-MTRS sir is listening, he may correct me if I am wrong. Then the Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya is another initiative taken by the Government of India, Ministry of Railways. They have signed around 20 odd MOUs with the private sectors and the institutes, foreign institutes. They have already got around 10 patents. Their vision is innovation-led, industry-driven. So what I wanted to tell is that we have got great future. Now I will touch upon few points which is related to the basically MSMEs, startups and the private players' role in moving forward during this period, 25-year block of Rising Bharat period. Now if you see the role of the startups, see, there is a very famous quote by Honorable Prime Minister. What he says is that we cannot achieve milestones of 2047 or milestone of 21st century with the mindset of 20th century. So there is a need to have a change in the approach and attitude to achieve. Okay, ठीक है, करते हैं, close करते हैं, don't worry. So we need to have a strong policies, PPP policies, policies for the startups, policies for the MSMEs, and see, in the railway infrastructure we have got a policy which is 13 years old. In 13 years old there have been so many developments, but in the railway sector we have not been able to come out with a revised policy. Now few weeks back there was a news item that railway is coming out with a new PPP policy. So these kind of policies are required to be made in order to basically augment the infrastructures, and it can help the mobility sector and in the typical railway infrastructure sector. Now there are various startups which have been working successfully. Few of them which I have also been using, like Rail-OFI, then Rail Yatri, then Confirmed TKT, L2M, then OMRS. Smart Yard is a good concept. What I want to tell you is that there are large number of provisions made in the budget which has been announced on the 1st February, and if you permit me, then I can just take 1 minute and I'll let you know. I will wrap in 5 minutes, don't worry. So now if you see the budget speech of Honorable Finance Minister, the first point was that the government's efforts is for the acceleration growth, to accelerate growth, secure the development, and then private sector investment. And very important provision in the budget is the MSME working as the second engine. And in that particular thing, they have said that MSME from 5 crores to 10 crores, leading to additional credit of 1.5 lakh crores in next 5 years. Then again, for the startup, some provisions have been made. For the startup, alternate investment funds have been identified. Startups have received commitments for more than 91,000 crores. Then for the AI, various efforts have been made, and one of the effort is to have Center of Excellence in Artificial Intelligence. So these things are there in the basically various social platforms. Things are moving forward, but whatever is said is not getting implemented at the ground level. So today I was going through the newspaper, the Financial Express, and it says the technical startup funding down by 25%. So maybe because of something which is getting affected, this is getting affected. But what I want to tell you is that government has got a big roadmap, big vision for the next 25 years, 23, 24 years left to Viksit Bharat. MSMEs, the startups and the private players have got bigger role to play to become Viksit Bharat. Recently we have commissioned one Pamban bridge, and I will touch the academic, the institutes, various institutes of repute also. So in construction of Pamban bridge, IIT Chennai, IIT Mumbai and IIT Guwahati were involved in that. IIT Guwahati was for the track structure part. IIT Mumbai was basically the steel structures and the proof consultancy, and in the initial phase IIT Chennai was involved in that. And see, in 2011-12 we had made one app, call it a REMS, Remote Eye Monitoring System, and that app is no longer needed now because of the WhatsApp and so many other platforms. But 2011-12, when the WhatsApps were not that effective, so any site engineer can click any picture, and with his selfie and the geo stamping and the real time pictures can be made available, and with a user and an ID and password you can see the various control points, how it is moving, like digging to piling to pile cap to PR and then gutter and then trial run, everything you can see through the through a platform. So we have got a great future ahead, and I am 100% sure that this particular forum will further enhance and deliberate upon this topic, and if any other questions are there, then I am ready to take up that. Thank you very much.
It is said that leadership is a quality and not a position. Well, Mr. Prasad, you scream leadership as you took it upon you to come up here, entertain the audience, and also fill their quest and quench their thirst for knowledge. Thank you very much. To continue this conversation about the next gen rail and mobility, how startups, MSMEs, and large players can power the future, joining us on the dais is the General Manager, Transportation at BHEL. Please put your hands together for Mr. Sanjay Garg.
Good afternoon to all. Lovely audience. Hello panelists, media, ladies and gentlemen. For me, the context setting and the stage setting has been done very well by Mr. Prasad. Whatever, in fact, I prepared, whatever I wanted to say, he has, in fact, covered all these areas, in fact. So, my job is simple. I don't have to touch too many points. The session today is next gen rail and mobility, and it's all about startups, MSME, innovation. Way back in 1965, our second Prime Minister of independent India, Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri ji, when we were facing a tough situation, we were in a war situation with Pakistan, to energize the whole nation, he used the slogan, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. Because at the time, India was in a crisis situation, and we were having both the border crisis with Pakistan and the agrarian crisis. We were having shortage of food. So to address both these problems, he wanted to galvanize the whole nation. So he gave a slogan from Prayagraj, Allahabad, to energize the whole nation, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. That slogan, in 98, after the Pokhran blast, Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji made that slogan, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan. Because the context of the country at the time was different. We were needing the help of the science to basically move the nation to the next level of growth. And that slogan again in 2014 have been reframed by our Honorable PM Narendra Modi ji, Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan, Jai Anusandhan. So what it means actually, the need of the nation today is Anusandhan. The research, development, innovation is the need of the hour. The railway being the backbone of the economy, in fact 63,000 route kilometer the railway has. It's a sort of the artery for the entire nation. Whatever the role of the blood vessels is there in our body, the same for the body of India, railway network does actually. It carries people, it carries good. The spirit of the whole nation moves with the railway track. And railway, like you can say, Indian Railway is not only the fourth largest network today, second largest employer, having 1.3 million people on its rolls. Beyond statistics, the aspiration of the Indian Railways, the aspiration of Government of India to like we can say, make the railway world class, future ready, capable of taking India to Viksit Bharat in 2047. The role of railway and the role of mobility and the role of infrastructure growth, that is very, very vital, very, very important. And the railway recognizes that very well. And railway is fully in sync with our Prime Minister of India dream to make it Atmanirbhar Bharat and to carry out the innovations in rail mobility. I will just basically touch on 3-4 points. I am from BHEL. Our company today is developing the 80 train sets, semi-high speed Vande Bharat. And Vande Bharat, we all know, it's a indigenous, completely indigenous design. The semi-high speed train, the design was developed by ICF Chennai, and BHEL is, like we can say, proud of executing this prestigious order for Indian Railways. Soon, our like you can say, first prototype that will get developed in March 2026, and by like you can say year 2026 onwards, you will see BHEL semi-high speed train running on Indian Railway tracks. Not only semi-high speed trains, India is focusing today on a high-speed rail network. The Mumbai-Ahmedabad speed railway corridor, you all know very well. We were taking Japanese funding, and Japanese OEMs, they were supplying the complete rolling stock. But Government of India took a decision that we will not be, like you can say, fully relying on Japanese designs, Japanese rolling stock. We need to have our own design, our own rolling stock. And with that aim, ICF and BML, they are co-developing the high-speed rail rolling stock in India. Similarly, going forward, we see the kind of, like you can say, innovation in the safety system has been introduced by Indian Railways. Kavach, all of you know, the indigenous train collision avoidance system, It's a completely, like you can say, Indian design, Indian manufacturing, without any, like you can say, hand-holding of foreign OEMs. Our own Indian companies, maybe Medha or Carnex or HBL, in future BHL also is developing, and close to around 15 Indian companies, they are developing the matlab jo hai Kavach system. Government of India is also very, very clear that all these innovation in rail mobility cannot happen without the active involvement of our Indian talent, our Indian MSMEs, our Indian startups. With that aim, Government of India, Indian Railways, they introduced the policy of startup innovation in 2022. Already a dedicated innovation portal is there by Government of India, and like you can say, Indian Railways, they've identified several problem statements, and they are all populated in the innovation portal, and the innovators, the entrepreneurs, the MSMEs, the startups, they are encouraged to provide solutions. They are getting funding. The 50-50% funding share is there, like means 1.5 crore has to be contributed by innovator or entrepreneur, and the equal amount of funding is being done by Indian Railways. You give your initial proposal against the problem statement, and that proposal will be reviewed by a committee, and after that you can submit the detailed proposal and develop the prototype. Once the prototype is developed, Government of India is providing even the funding for scaling it up further for series production. So that way, in various, like you can say, areas where the problems have been identified by various field officials, zonal railways, the problems like like you can say, crack detection system in the tracks, the track cleaning system, track inspection system, the signaling system, all these problem statements, the solutions from Indian MSMEs, startups, innovators are being encouraged, and the solutions are getting implemented. The ultimate aim of Indian Railways is to provide utmost comfort, convenience, and safety to Indian passengers. And I strongly believe with the support of MSMEs and startup like you, Indian Railway can achieve the dream. Thank you from my side. Thank you.
That was Mr. Sanjay Garg. Joining us up next to further the conversation is the CEO and co-founder at Link Hall. Please welcome Mr. Mansoor Faruqi.
Am I audible? Great. Very good afternoon to everyone, and I'm pleasantly surprised to still see so many people post lunch. So thank you so much, and I respect your time here. Just a quick introduction about myself. I'm Mansoor, and I head the overall business at Link Hall. Well, every panelist would talk about a startup and MSME, and we are the startup, sort of feeling proud to carry the mantle for the startup industry, for the startup segment here at this event. Just a little bit about Link Hall. We are a technology company. We predominantly focus on digitalizing the complete multimodal logistics and supply chain. That's road, rail, and ocean. Again, bringing in cutting edge technology, solving real world problems. That's exactly what we're doing right now, right? So obviously, it was supposed to be a moderator-led panel, but I think it's important for us to adopt, and this is a brilliant opportunity for us to talk about some of the problems that's been, some of the problem or questions that were given to us. Let's try and see if we can actually cover those in today's session here, right? So, I mean, if you really look at the landscape at which Indian Railways operates, it's insane. It's massive, right? I will talk to you a lot more with regards to the freight side of it, right? The bulk goods, cargo movement, the finished goods as such. Anyone wants to take a wild guess what amount of cargo movement was done last year in metric ton? 1.6 billion metric tons, or as sir said, it's 1600 million metric tons of cargo movement. I mean, that's probably like, if you had to put a 40 feet container, you'd probably do about 50 trips up and back to the moon and earth. Right? So it's insane, right? That's the kind of magnitude of material that's actually moving on the same infrastructure. But again, if we have to scale that up, if we have to take this to the next level, what is it that we need? We need a very strong collaboration between startups, MSMEs, and obviously, support from the government as well. So a few questions that we get asked, and I've listed them down. I'm going to cover them very briefly with you. What role can startups play in transforming India's rail and mobility sector in alignment with Viksit Bharat 2047? Now, if you ask me my journey with the startups, I mean, I was with the corporate sector a few years back, but then jumped into solving real world problems. I feel startups are the catalyst, right? They are the accelerators. They are generally helping out in digitizing workflows, reducing the dependency on paper-based processes, and building data-driven visibility across road, rail, and ocean there. Now, if you look at any traditional systems, they're generally rigid, whereas startups bring that much-needed speed, that modularity, that they're agile, and they have the ability to pilot models in the live environments without any kind of capital investment or a capital overhaul there. So, and we've seen this, right? We've seen this how even small digital interventions like an automated rail allocation, or even container yard digitalization, when we're talking about a CFS or an ICT, ICD there, can have a massive impact when applied intelligently across scale. Now, but of course, right, none of this is possible without the right enablers underneath. The core system has to be strong there. Now, again, my fellow panelists spoke about how there is a massive push for AI in India. And I absolutely think that is extremely important for us to, AI is an extremely important tool that actually will take us to the next level there. We all speak about AI, and now recently people have been talking about Gen AI. There's another AI which I want to just quickly check. Anybody, show of hands, anyone knows what agentic AI is? Okay, 1. Okay, 2, about 3 or 4 people, right? Now, if you look at the AI era, we speak about AI, machine learning models, computer vision, algorithms. That was something in the past. Today we are still getting used to Gen AI, right? Everyone uses ChatGPT, for their emails and responses, how to draft a leave application, right? That is ChatGPT right now. The future is all going to be agentic AI. Now, just think about an example if I have to give you. Agentic AI is basically the next level where you have, autonomous decision making. It's not just what you strategize, but there is AI that helps you strategize, and it'll actually go ahead and execute the plan. If I have to give you a small example of AI and how we are actually, in our case, in Lincoln's case, how AI actually turns logistics data into actionable intelligence. Think of a big plant out there, right? A steel plant with hundreds of customers placing, thousands of orders, and it has to go across multiple modes of transport, which is road, rail, and you have inventory spread across, right? Now, generally, human beings are sitting there and doing this particular simulation to see which is the lowest per ton per kilometer cost. Now, this is exactly where AI comes into play with basic connectors, where it's fetching data from the likes of SAP, FOIS, ULIP, any government portal or third-party portal, crunching that data and then coming up with a simulation for, let's say, a 7 days plan with the lowest PTPK or the lowest per ton per kilometer cost. Now, not just the plan, but then there is the execution of smart contracts with the transporters and providing the order across to them, right? So this is where today, an integrated setup with AI is actually helping out not just large enterprises, but even startups and MSMEs. A single integrated platform actually becomes the interface where all this intelligence converges. And it has to be a simple enough where a transporter can use a mobile application, but at the same time robust enough to handle enterprise SAP level workflows there. And it's this fusion of data, design, distribution that's quietly sort of rewriting the playbooks there. Something that we've seen unfold globally too. Now, if I have to move towards the global picture, generally we get asked a question like, how can Indian players learn from some of the international cases where private innovation reshaped the national mobility ecosystem? Every country's story, let alone rail, right? Every country's story is different. But there is one common thread, and that is digital public infrastructure grows the fastest when private players actually build smart layers on top of that. Don't try to change voice. I mean, I heard somebody say that there was a feedback on how to improve voice. You try to do that, you won't go far. Try and see how we can basically be an extension to the core infrastructure and improve on top of that. I mean, look at Germany, Japan, even parts of Africa, right? They've shown that open access plus targeted innovation can create a lot more value rather than reinventing core infrastructure there. And at the end of the day, I mean, but making that innovation work at scale also means that you need to ensure it's not just effective, but it's also built to last, right? So just a couple of interesting questions that came my way earlier. How do you ensure innovations introduced by startups are future ready, scalable, and compatible with Indian Railways? Look, if we need to build to where railways is headed. It's not just where it is today, right? That means designing modular API driven systems that can plug into evolving systems like FOIS 2.0 or Bharat APIs without the need to rebuild everything. And scaling isn't just about tech, right? You need to understand the nitty-gritties. You need to understand those loco movements, siding availability, rec planning plans. It's so that the tech actually fits the operational realities and not just a PowerPoint presentation where we talk about all these big things, right? Startups should actually design for Bharat scale. I mean, of course, we agree, right? It is chaotic, it is diverse, but it's beautifully complex, right? And that's something that we are getting used to working with the government, working with the public sector. It is chaotic, but it's beautiful. We are adding a lot of value to this ecosystem. And listen, I mean, at the end of the day, you need to build tech which actually works even in low connectivity zones, which handles any kind of manual overrides and adapts to regional workflows and still delivers with reliability. My point is, if it works for Indian Railways, and I'm pretty sure it will work anywhere else across the world. The last question that I have, what are the major regulatory or procedural hurdles faced by startups while working with the public sector rail companies? I mean, all this budget sounds fantastic. We'd love to bring the innovation to the table for the public sector, bring in that cutting edge tech. Let's put our hands to the heart and say, how easy is it where I could go walk to a minister and say, listen, this is what we've done in the private sector. Can you give me a free run for 30 days? No questions asked, and I'll deliver the result. Not possible, isn't it? So that's something that we need to change. Now, the biggest challenge is not innovation, people. It's navigation. How do you navigate through I'm trying to control my feelings, but how do you navigate through the multiple layers of approvals, right? How do you navigate accessing core data systems often which involves multiple clearances from different railway department zones? And I'm pretty sure you all have experienced this, right? How difficult is the procurement processes? It's lengthy. It's not always suited for iterative processes, right? You may change the scope, the commercials change, but that's it. You got to go through 10 levels of approvals for that. It's not really outcome-based motivation, right, that we get there. But what really helps is when there's an internal champion, like a forward-thinking officer, or a zone that's even willing to pilot and iterate with scale. And I have to say, I've had the privilege of working with the Honorable Indian Railways Minister Ashwini Vaishnavji in his past in Odisha, where we've spent a good 8 to 9 months. I mean, I can tell you one thing: Indian Railways is in safe hands, and the kind of tech that we're trying to bring in to the core infrastructure, it gives a lot of motivation. And I would strongly urge all startups, MSMEs, to build for Bharat. There's a lot that's happening from the government, and I think we're on the right track. Now, and I can promise you, we are seeing green shoots. We're seeing development happen there, right? Initiatives like, look at ULIP, Gati Shakti, and the logistics data marketplace are all steps towards a sandbox where innovation can thrive alongside governance. So with that said, I think, these were just some of the points that we wanted to, bring to the table here as a part of a panel discussion. But yeah, that's about it. We're happy to, take any questions post the panel, just out of respect to the other panelists. So thank you so much. I hope this was worth your time. Yeah.
Well, that was fantastic, and I'm certain, looking at the audience's reactions, I'm sure that this was quite the productive session. Quickly moving ahead, joining us is the advisor at RailTel Corporation of India. Please put your hands together for Mr. Anshul Gupta.
Thank you. So good afternoon. I think the stage has been set. A brief introduction. I am Anshul Gupta. I worked as General Manager, Northeast Frontier Railway, a very challenging role which I was there for 3 years, constructing new lines in the territory, terrain which was one of the most difficult, I would say. J&K may be also very difficult, but it was maybe equally difficult terrain. And there we learned the role of MSMEs or startups. So currently I am working as advisor to RailTel in the area of rail signaling, innovations and international business. I am also responsible as well as accountable for reintroducing Kavach on Indian Railways. So that's a brief introduction. So my views, you may say it's maybe very blunt at times, because in RailTel I am looking after the setting up an ecosystem with startups. We have a bank of startups. More than 200 startups are working with us in various projects, right from underground sensing technologies to the space. So when I say space, it's basically manufacturing of microsatellites, how we can introduce microsatellites, launch vehicles as per Indian standard for various public goods which we are lacking or depending on the foreign countries. Similarly for the underground applications, we faced a lot of issues when we constructing new lines in NF railways, landslide, river erosion, and many things which were which was leading to delayed projects. And that's how this thinking of embedding the sensors. So if we talk to a big corporate house, or you can say already established industry, they may not have the solution, the ready-made solution, or they may think of the solutions which are available in their inventory. Where these startups came into picture, and it helped. The first project, because I am basically from the AI background, I can say that I was the first AI MTech from India, and we developed at the time in 1986 first AI-based chess program, and for Apollo Hospital when they set up their unit in Chennai, the expert system on cardiovascular disease. So 2009 we started working when I was in RailTel to introduce intrusion detection system using AI and machine learning, so that any intrusion which happens on railway track, and ultimately whatever my previous speaker said, that the negotiating or navigating the processes, the procedures and those things, even within railways, and I was in railways working as say DRM or additional member or PD, I also faced the same thing, and it took exactly, I think, 14 years to introduce and make that thing, the AI based, LRM based, specific LRM based technology to succeed in Northeast Frontier Railway. Now, after that, seeing the success of that thing, it is being introduced all across the Indian railways, and there are other you can say applications of that AI driven you can say the product, which is like river erosion, landslide detection, any wheel track, any defect is there, it can also be detected, tunneling, and even the Indian Army is also going ahead with this thing. So this shows the, you can say, the inclination and the power which a startup can bring on the table, and it is not done by me or any railway people. This is a collective, and jointly we did it with a startup which I could find in London during one of my visit there, and then they had tie-ups with 3-4 startups in India, and that's how this process started on railways. So now this startup is not limited only to say AI driven process improvement or product development, even for the changing any processes, logistics we were talking of, even for getting the various elements of the logistics integrated, AI is going to play a very big role. As you know that European Union or European Commission, the 20 odd countries, they have more the track length which is equivalent or maybe 2 times the length of Indian railways, but it carries more than 6 times freight what Indian railways carry. It carries nearly the same passenger traffic which Indian railways carries, and this is possible because they are able to integrate their logistic systems in such a way that it's a seamless, it's cost effective, and the transition is so fine that you will not feel that your parcel or your packet or your freight is going to be missed, or there is no forecasting of this thing. So that's the thing which now we are attempting with the startups, that how the scheduling can be done, and for that they've again Rajesh mentioned about ANRF. So we are already working with ANRF on quantum technologies. So we are integrating quantum with the AI ML so as to develop a logistic system for Indian railways, not only for Indian railways, other railways, not a similar thing, where more than 100 stakeholders in any logistic industry can come on the same platform, and this complexity of you can say computations and mobility can be enhanced and upgraded using various this thing. This is not possible manually. This is, you can say, humanly impossible to do manual science. Even with the digital computers, it is very difficult, and that's why when you see in the metros and this thing, the headway concept is there, where it cannot reduce say less than 90 seconds or so, but using quantum technology it can be. And already 3 pilot projects we are doing on the Indian Railways, that how to prove that quantum technologies, when it is integrated with AI and ML, can be a boon for Indian Railways. And second boon with this technology is the time it takes to in manufacturing or fabricating at the assembly line or at the fabrication units, because there are many you can say safety iterations or standards which have to be followed, and when the safety processes have to be followed, some certain records have to be generated, which is possible only when you have such types of you can say technology available with you. So this is the strength of startups which we want to build using this startup banks with the RailTel. Next important thing is setting up of benchmarks and standards. Right now, Indian Railways, you can say the benchmarks and standards. We are dependent on certain standards which are most suitable to European market, and still we continue to work on those things. And then now the government of India has come out with advisory that whatever is produced in India, whatever is brought to India, whatever goes out of India, it has to have an Indian mark, whether it's a BIS or NABCB mark or NABL approved. So this is being made mandatory, I think in a month or so, that every product which is manufactured in India has to carry these marks. And this standardize everything. Processes gets standardized, product gets standardized, and even the competency of the people. They have the knowledge, they have the skill, but the competency they not have. So that also gets standardized. So these are the areas where I think if we can work together, we can reach you can say that level which we are thinking of, reaching that what European Union or China is able to do with the same kind of infrastructure which they have, whether it's a rolling stock or the fixed assets, to carry that kind of traffic at the least logistic cost. Right now our logistic cost is more than 12%, 14%, at times 18% also, whereas world standard in US and other countries, European countries, it is as low as 6 to 8%. So these are the, you can say, power which startups and MSMEs can bring to Indian Railways, and we have to encourage them. There are various schemes available for financing and working together. Rajesh has mentioned them, whether it's a AI Digital Mission or National Quantum Mission or ANRF, and we are working in all these schemes, and we have seen that funding is easy provided you are able to deliver. So thank you very much for listening to this.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. And for the final conversation about the next gen rail and mobility and how startups and MSMEs and large players can be the power for the future, joining us is the AVP Sales and Distribution at Jindal Stainless. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ranit Rana.
Good afternoon, everybody. And before I start, I would like to thank the organization member, the Urban Infra Group for having this very pertinent panel discussion on how MSMEs and large players can power up the future. And my thanks to all the dignitaries, both on and off the dais, and I can see a lot of senior railway officials here. So before I start off with my conversation, as she has very aptly put it, I would like to, first of all, on behalf of the stainless fraternity, we would like to congratulate Indian Railways for the wonderful job that they are doing. In fact, one of my colleagues, he spoke about how Indian Railways are moving almost 1.6 billion of freight per annum. But at the same time, if you look at the passenger traffic, it almost runs, I think, 13,000 to 14,000 trains daily. It also moves 23 million passengers on a daily basis. And I just quickly checked up how much China does it. So China is only 12 million. So, at least on one front, we are the undisputed leader. So thanks Indian Railways for this wonderful achievement. Now coming back to the topic that how we can power the future. Well, I would just like to pick up the threads of the conversations or the presentations that Professor Chaudhary had in the morning and Mr. Abhijit Sinha. So Professor Chaudhary mentioned that, he said that there are three pillars on which the progress of the nation depends. One is capital, the second is technology, and the third is talent. To those three, I would like to add two more points. One is, an enabling environment, and secondly, an open mindset. You can have talent, but unless and until the environment is enabling enough, you will see a lot of drain of this talent. To speak about, okay, I'll take the first, the first issue, that is having an open mindset. So I'll give you some examples from the stainless steel perspective. If you had visited our stall, you will find a few components. There is one Vande Bharat train, and there is another component which we have developed the miniatures in stainless steel. Now, talking about Vande Bharat, Indian Railways have adopted a high-strength, stainless steel. It's a high-strength austenitic stainless steel, which is a kind of a, it's a movement towards a premium grade of stainless steel, primarily, because they could achieve a weight reduction of almost 2 to 3 metric tons per coach. And we have worked together with Indian Railways, and we've done a lot of analysis, and we find that if most of the components get changed to this premier grade of stainless steel, then there is a possibility of reducing the weight by almost up to 5 metric ton. Now, if you look at aluminium, because there is a lot of discussions on introducing aluminium for Indian Railways, primarily from the lightweighting perspective. So aluminium, it gives you a weight reduction of 2 to 3 tons per coach, whereas stainless steel has the potential of offering a weight reduction of 5 tons at almost half the cost. So that is, and therefore, I am sure many of you would be aware, all the Vande Bharat train sets that Indian Railways is coming up with, the sleeper versions, they are all with austenitic stainless steel, high-strength austenitic stainless steel. Not only that, the bullet trains, which is a very, very prestigious project for Indian Railways, they have also specified high-strength, austenitic stainless steel for fabrication of the bullet trains. Now, my question is, why can't we develop the LHP coaches also into this particular, also in this grade of stainless steel? Today, if you look at the LHP coaches, and LHP coaches have been adopted by Indian Railways, in 2003. Here we are using a ferritic stainless steel, which, if you look at the stainless steel, the classes, it's much on the lower side. So if we go for a high-strength austenitic stainless steel, the potential for weight reduction is almost 2 times, and the corrosion resistance, this austenitic stainless steel can provide will give you a life of 40 to 50 years. So that is a question, which I would like to put to Indian Railways, that why don't we adopt this grade of stainless steel for LHP coaches as well. So that was one instance of having a kind of an open mindset. Now, if we look at, the development of passenger trains abroad, people have also gone in for duplex stainless steel, which is again a rung higher than the austenitic stainless steel. So Indian Railways, there is still, a lot of rooms for improvement, and I'm sure with an open mindset, they'll be able to adopt to this, pace of modernization on a very, very faster scale. Second is coming to an enabling environment. Now, why I say enabling environment? Because, if you look at the tenders that Indian Railways, or for that matter, any government organizations float, it always talks about L1. And L1 in what terms? L1 is in terms of the initial procurement cost. Now, if we adopt, a better technology, if we adopt a better grade of material for construction of the vehicles, for the construction of the trains, obviously, the initial procurement cost would be higher. And therefore, any organizations, be it an MSME, be it a large player, it's equally applicable for everybody. If you really adopt a better technology, the initial cost is going to go up. And therefore, you will never qualify on an L1 basis. Now, what we suggest, or this is which we have put forth to Indian Railways on several platforms, is you go for L1, but you look at the total cost, the total life cycle cost. And that is what, will enable Indian Railways. It will enable all the stakeholders, to adopt, better technologies, to adopt, modern technologies such that we are at par with the globe. So these were, my two takes from the stainless steel perspective, as far as, enabling environment and having an open mindset is concerned. Now, coming to what Mr. Abhijit Sinha has mentioned, he mentioned about decarbonization. Well, I have a presentation tomorrow, and we have done a detailed analysis as to how, through selection of the correct material, railways can go for a significant amount of decarbonization. And I'm sure all of you would be aware of that Indian Railways have taken a target of becoming a net zero carbon emitter by 2030. And just to share with you some figures, the analysis that we have done, and it is based on some global research studies. If Indian Railways goes ahead with high strength stainless steel for not only for the coaches and the wagons, they can save almost 18 million tons. They can reduce almost 18 million tons of carbon dioxide over the total life of 35 years. And just to put it in perspective as to what this figure means, there was an article by Indian Express in 2021, I think it's in April 2021, where a study had been done by Indian Railways, and they found that if they are able to reduce 15 million tons of carbon dioxide emissions, they are going to save 17,000 crores of rupees. So that puts in perspective as to what important role or what critical role selection of the right material plays. So with that, I come to the end of my conversation. But before leaving, I would just like to share, and this is a view which the entire, I think all the stakeholders have in their mind. Come 2047, we would like Indian Railways to be the benchmark organization in the world. And yes, in some aspects, it is already the benchmarked organization, but we would like Indian Railways to be the forefront, of all the Indian railway of the entire global railways. So with that, I would like to end my conversation. Thank you so much.
Could I please encourage the entire panel to kindly come forward and join us for a quick group picture, and at the same time to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf for their valuable time and insights. Joining us on stage is the Chief Operating Officer at Urban Infra Group. Please welcome Dr. Vinod Shah. तालियों के साथ स्वागत किया जाए. Thank you. जनाब पहले काम हो जाने दीजिए कीजिए, फिर फोटो लीजिए कीजिए. राइट? थैंक यू. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thanks a lot. And this particular panel was special in many ways. First and foremost being that this was conducted without a moderator entirely. Thank you very much to our panelists. Thank you. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we are now headed towards the technical presentations. Joining us on stage are the stalwarts of the industry, but before we welcome them, I must encourage them to kindly keep a quick and a close eye at the television up front, which also serves as the timer. Vayu Rath, an innovative wind turbines on wheels. Something very exciting to share with you all. Joining us on stage is the founder and inventor of Vayu Rath. Please welcome Mr. Chanukya Sri Vinayak Katta.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thanks to Vinod and Mr. Vinod and Urban Infra Group. Good afternoon, sir. So, I'm glad about our panelists like talked about innovation related and all. So I am also one of the innovation called Vayu Rath and innovative wind turbines on wheels and all. So with that, okay. So before I start my presentation, I want to start with a problem statement, and this is me about my introduction. So where some of my achievements we have, I have near about 18 years of experience, and these are my achievements across the 18 years of professional and all. And before start to about my product, I want to start with a problem statement. Electricity demand and air pollutions are rising like anything faster than a clean energy solution. So if you see the visual, talks about the lamp, wherein we came from lamp to the electricity today. But if you are there's a lot of demand like what we are having today, electrical vehicles and all they are introducing. But there is no particular unique product wherein we generate electricity and all. So with that vision, I came up with one of the innovation called Vayu Rath, and this is a problem statement. And if you see at a glance, the global energy crisis, like sir, our panelists, leaders and all talked about the crisis as well the innovation part and all, right? Where should be a unique product or some innovations like our Modi sir is looking for. So in that perspective, if you see some demand and global crisis we have, this is like electrical demand we have for 2050, and coal consumption is lot more, and carbon emission is very heavy compared with the energy generation and all. So, and if you notice the electrical vehicles today, for 2050, there is like a lot of demand for electrical demand and for electrical vehicles and all. And this is where, if you notice in the corona time, we are hesitant to use the masks and all. If it is going in such a manner like carbon emission and all, then there will be a situation as such like we need to wear jackets. It is very terrific to wear such a jackets and all. And because of carbon emission today, if you notice, as per the World Health Organization reports and all, it is like fossil fuels emission causing a lot of deaths and all. And our global solution, what we are trying to bring is transforming renewable energy, integrating with railway infrastructure, which will be aligned with Viksit Bharat solution and all. And this is where the world first integrated railway integrated system, which is unique, secure, scalable, reliable and portable product called Vayu Rath. And this is the world first international patent as well as Indian granted patent. I'm the person glad to share that I'm the only person having this patent across the world. And if you ask me what is Vayu Rath, it is Vayu plus Rath is a combination of two words, wherein Vayu terms describes the movement of air, wind, and Rath is in Sanskrit refers to chariot or vehicle. And this is where we have two kinds of variants models. We have the premium model, wherein two-sided aerodynamic model, railway integrated system, with all the components, whatever we have for safety related, as well as other components, whatever we want for as a coach, the entire thing, the components are integrated with this. And it is a fish-like fin structure wherein the movement is start running, it captures air and kinetic energy is converted to electrical energy, and it is stored in the battery system, and then it supplies to the loads and all. And this is premium model. And coming to this is a compact model which can be useful. It is smaller, efficient, and more powerful than premium, and it is very lightweight as well. And here there is a nozzle functionality model wherein it captures more air and it takes more energy to change the kinetic energy to current electrical energy and all. There is a safety precautions also taken care, and also there are some sensors and cooler systems wherein we for the battery system and all we're going to install it, and wherein it will captures all the monitoring related issues. And this is wherein in wired sensor based monitoring system we have, it captures wind from moving trains and converts the kinetic energy into the electric energy and stores in the battery and supplies to the power station and all. So if you want to see the component wise, and if you ask me what is your inspiration, this is my inspiration. The small kid playing with wind peel, that sparked my mind, the idea. And this is the components we have, the layer part, the installation platform we are using as a BFR, and on top of it, we are laying a layer for a battery system which has near about 3135 capacity. And wire takes approximately 11.6 hours to fully charge this 3.1 megawatt storage system. And coming to the energy consumption and energy generation and all, it consumes 56 kilowatts per hour, and it generates 270 kilowatts per hour. And it has a temperature range of minus 40 centigrade to 60 centigrade. It means that it can run across the world. And this is where the front and rear view, what we have, along with the safety mesh to prevent accidents and all. And it has to be implemented. There are two kind of methods for implementing wired. One is as one of the coaches, another one is dedicated train. If government permits it, we can go for that. And this is where, if you see the working principle of wired, how the working principle happens. So it goes from one station to another station. Once the batteries are fully charged, then it will be transported to the battery storage power stations. From there, it is connected to the other loads like residential, agriculture, and industrial as well. Based on the industrial intent, it goes using the step-up transformers, step-down transformers. They can send to their premises and all. And this is where we did in a trial runs on roads using 40 feet trolley lorry. And if you notice, there is we have all the equipments associated with that, like charge controller, is a system monitoring, and other batteries inverter. And we use the inverter and electrical source as well to see the real time how it is generating and all. Can you please bring up the video, please? I have a video. So this is we captured from the backside of the 40 feet trolley lorry, and it is on the normal roads, not on the bypass and all, on the traffic roads as well. It is generating like anything. So we have run this for 1 hour, and this is front view from the driver's cabin. Video presentation, please. And coming to this is my wired workshop and team. We have fabricated it, we have painted it, then we mounted on the 40 feet trolley using the crane and all. And this is our team, and we use the batteries for checking that whether it is generating electricity or not. And if you ask me why you need wire, then there are 9 unique reasons. First of all, the world first patented railway integrated system. Then successfully we completed the trials in roadways, and like our panelists leaders said that we need some processes, many processes we have to track, being that on track. So that is still pending. And 24/7 it can generate terms and conditions apply, and zero carbon emission, and is weather independent and no climate impact, or 100% secure, scalable, portable and reliable, and 90% we can leverage our railway infrastructure, and it generates more electricity than our conventional hydrothermal and solar system. I'm not against the solar and any other systems, because I love it, because they are doing a great job in the industry. And AI driven predictive analysis and real time sensors based monitoring system and all. And we align with why sustainable development goals. And for any product, when we start any product, right, there is a SWOT analysis has also taken place. And if you see from SWOT analysis point of view, there are the strengths, there is a weakness and opportunity and threats. Mainly the weakness is like our panelists also brought up one of the points, saying that there are many processes for startup related and all. That's what my weakness here. And this is where my 3 years of field study we did. We went to the coach care center to analyze and to explore what exactly we need to build on the coach side and all. And other things like for RDSO, we went there to explore more about how the approvals and all taken place. And this is a substation where we went to explore about the electrical related information and all. We did near about 3 years of research to build Voirad. And if you ask me what is the feasibility, possibility, like our panelists leaders also explained about this vast electrified tracks we have. Leveraging these tracks, we can trains as well as railway stations, we can run our product. And if you run this as a part of 22,000 trains, it can generate 22 million homes, providing 200 units per month. And if you ask me as an opportunity, and we have many other policies we have, which like our Indian government has introduced, and we can leverage these things, and if the government acquires our product, there will be a lot of helpful for our product as well. And this is with a comparative study. As I said, we love the solar and other things, but when we compare, we are for most higher than the other conventional energy resources and all. And this is where the major challenge global wise we have, that today electrical vehicles we are introducing, but there is no solution such like on the go it has to charge and all. Today our sir Nitin Gadkar sir is trying to tell about that. If you are acquiring, if you want to introduce this charge points in fuel station and all, it will be useful for public who are using electric vehicles and all. But it's not required. If we acquire our product, if you use our product on the go, it charges the electrical vehicle. There is no need of searching for charge points and all. And trials are in progress. And these are our achievements, not but the least. These are my global achievements. I got 4 national awards for this product, Voirad. That's all I have. Thank you. Jai Hind.
मुझे बाकी सबका तो पता नहीं, लेकिन अक्षय कुमार आपके पीछे पड़ने वाले हैं आपकी लाइफ की स्क्रिप्ट के लिए. आफ्टर पैडमैन एंड टॉयलेट, आई थिंक अक्षय कुमार इज डाइंग टू बी द वायुरथ मैन. अ बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज to the gentleman. Also requesting Mr. Rajesh Maheshwari, the Executive Director at Urban Infra Group, to kindly join us on stage to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf to the gentleman. Requesting Shilpa ji from Team Vayurath to kindly join us on the stage as well. Just a second. Rajesh ji, ek second please. Dhanyavad. Can we bring up an enthusiastic cheer for this team? Thank you, everyone. The selection of good quality steel in modern construction work. Ladies and gentlemen, for this highly anticipated segment, joining us on stage is the Vice President at Shyam Steel Industry Limited. Please put your hands together for Sri Arindam Banerjee.
Very good afternoon to all of you. I am from Shyam Steel Industries Limited. Basically, Shyam Steel Industries Limited is a manufacturer of reinforcement steel in India. We are one of leading primary producer of steel, having an integrated steel plant at Durgapur in West Bengal for production of liquid steel to finished product TMT bar within single premises, using iron ore as the basic raw material, adopting DRI EF technology, that is direct reduced iron to electric arc furnace. This is our integrated steel plant, and this is our head office situated in Calcutta. And along with Shyam Steel, some other diversification companies are there. That is G Hujur, Shyam Infra Nirman, Macau Paints, Shyam Future Tech, and so also Apna Ghar. These are our diversifications, and these are our companies. And this is our major clients. Along with Indian Railways, we are also approved in various government sectors like Nuclear Power Corporation, NHPC, PWD, ONGC, IOCL, EIL, PDIL, DRDO. And these are the major EPC contractors who are regularly purchasing steel from us for their various projects, along with Indian Railway projects and Metro Railway projects also. And this is the certificate of green steel for producing from our integrated steel plant. Yes, we are able to manage the carbon emissions through our electric arc furnace route manufacturing process. And this is our product portfolio. Being a primary producers, we are producing billet. Then after we are producing TMT bars, FE550D, 500D, CRS is, that is corrosion resistant steels. It is already using in coastal area, and also in some saline water area also it is using. So now I will discuss about selection of good quality steel in modern construction. Because nowadays it is important to maintain the quality of steel, because various types of manufacturing procedures are there in India. There are 4 established route. One is BF, BOF, that is basic oxygen furnace to basic blast furnace. DRIEF, that is direct reduced iron to electric arc furnace. Codex to basic oxygen furnace. Another one is EIF. Basically, first 3 routes is established route for producing good quality steel, because these 2 routes are having the refining facilities. Because of refining facilities, you can manage the entire chemical composition of the steel. Because for producing good quality steel, it is most important to manage the entire chemistry of the steel, that is carbon, sulfur and phosphorus. So these through these routes only possible to produce quality steel, but EIF, that is electric induction furnace steel, is produced to quality steel because there is no refining procedures. Maximum local manufacturers, low cost steels, they are producing through this manufacturing route. And this is the checklist where you can understand to identify the good quality steel, how you will identify from the market as well as from any manufacturing unit. So basically the major checklist is refining route, that is blast furnace route or basic oxygen furnace route, electric arc furnace route. So these 3 routes are majorly important to identify. If any manufacturer is using any of one route out of these 3, so he fall under the category of good manufacturing steel. So for doing any kind of construction work, at the time of selection of steel, it is very important for all to identify the manufacturing route of the steel manufacturer. If anybody is producing from electric induction furnace route, that is EIF route, so it is understand, is there any further refining procedure or not. If there is no further refining procedure, then you should immediately stop to use such kind of steels for any kind of dynamic load structure work. And ultimately, already I have explained everything during my presentation, and in conclusion also it has been clearly mentioned that these three routes are majorly established, so no need to say anything about this. And this is a small advertisement from our company. Sound please.
कॉफी ये रुको गरम है सब पूछते हमारे रिश्ते में खास बात क्या है
कुछ नहीं बस प्योर लव
रिश्ता हो या घर
मिलावट से दूर रहिए
जैसे श्याम स्टील फ्लेक्सी स्ट्रॉन्ग टीएमटी बार जो बना है प्योर स्टील से
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Once again requesting Mr. Rajesh Maheshwari to kindly join us on the stage to present the token of appreciation to the gentleman. Thank you very much, Mr. Banerjee. Vision Net Zero Emission. From diesel-run trains to cleaner energy in environmentally critical terrain. Joining us on stage is the Head of Design, Traction and Power System at DB E&C. Please put your hands together for Mr. Amit Vaishnav.
Good afternoon all. Thank you organizers and a kind regards to the speaker and delegates in this forum. I'm Amit Vaishnav. I have expertise into traction and simulations. I work with DB Engineering and Consulting in Bangalore. In DB Engineering and Consulting, it's one of the companies of DB Eco Group in Germany, and we started our operations in Bangalore 10 years back. Since then, we have delivered several projects in India and abroad. So we do feasibility studies, concept engineering, value-added engineering, and one of the concept studies and feasibility studies we did for our client, for a mining industry, to achieve their mission of net zero emission. And I'd like also thank Mr. Chanukya to setting up the context and stage for sustainability, which is the need of the earth. Thank you. So I would say that diesel is still being the primary source for transportation for the mining industry, and there are obvious reasons that diesel is still cheaper for many countries. Mining industries are private entities, and the capital infrastructure of the initial cost is a burden to the mining industry. But still, why the transition of cleaner fuel is required? So there is a world data map or the world data study which says that out of all the industries, even transport industry is one of the contributor to carbon emissions year on year. And switching from diesel to the cleaner fuel will also introduce good operational benefits and also a lot of cost value added to it. But yeah, there are challenges which we came through when we did this study. So the upgradation for the mining industry will require interruption to the productivity, which is very important for their revenue. Also, the geographical and electrical supply limitations are there because the mining industries run from forest to the port, which is geographically terrain is very critical there, and we do not have the grid substations all over through the corridor. So on the screen, through a video, you can visualize the length of the train from a mining industry. We did a study for our client, which is largest mining company in the world, Vale in Brazil, and we did a feasibility assessment for the net zero emission targets for the company. So the Vale had very critical ambitions and commitment to reduce their carbon emission by 33% by 2030 and to become a complete net zero company by 2050. So we did a power shift study. We started from due diligence. We did the technological review. We did what will be the cost of sustainability, what kind of value-added engineering can be involved to give a cost-optimized solutions. And finally, we also did a roadmap for them to implement these solutions. Just a snapshot of this project. The project is 900 kilometers long with the terrains through the forest where grid availability is not at all there. The length of train that we evaluated was of 4.5 kilometers with 440 wagons involved. And yeah, there was also a very high altitude 180 kilometer of ghat section which needed a helper loco to be pushed to push the main train. These are the scenarios that we evaluated to make a transition from diesel to electric or to other options. So the scenario 0 is business as usual, which is for diesel. One scenario we evaluated was complete catenary based. That actually is not feasible, but yeah, another one is complete battery, wherein the charging will be done at the port and to the mine and through the intermediate stations. Another scenario that we evaluated, which was through swapping of battery tender wagons, swapping the battery tender wagon at the given locations. But what actually seemed working is the hybrid model with diesel train, converting them to a dual traction mode engine through diesel and through electricity. So you can see that wherever we can have a feasibility of grid supply, we made that section with catenary, and then the non-catenary or non-electrified sections are running on diesel, which is an immediate solution for them to reduce their carbon emission. But another scenario which was very challenging for us also to evaluate, that we did a hybrid scenario where the battery tenders are coupled with the engine and batteries are getting charged through the OCS during the run itself, and when the non-electrified section is coming, then batteries are providing the supply. So this we validated through traction power simulation. We used softwares OpenTrack and OpenPowerNet, and you can see on the map that the yellow colored corridor is the non-electrified section, and only small sections of the colored ones, blue and red, are the electrified sections, on which we have to ensure that the train travels with an optimum speed, that the complete battery is charged from 25% of state of charge to 90 or 100%, and then also to optimize the non-catenary section, non-electrified section, that the battery is having the capacity enough to complete its run before the charge is finished. The analysis and optimization was done for traction power demand and energy, so that the grid can increase its capacity, timetable optimizations, techno-commercial analysis as well, and state of charge of battery, which is very important to evaluate that the battery is fully charged, and also the battery is drained. Before the battery is drained, we finish the non-catenary section travel. The major challenge that I felt during the modeling of this network was, on the run, there were two pusher engines which were coupling, which they call as a dynamic coupling. They do not want to compromise on the productivity, so they do not want to stop the train before the ghat section. The 4.5 kilometer train, it's very difficult to stop and again restart before a ghat section. So what they did is they on the go, when the train is running, two pusher engines are, sorry. Can you help with the full video? Full slide, sorry. The full slide. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. So you can see that on the run, if the train has to couple, the two pusher engine has to couple, the train may derail. So there is a laser guided correlative speed based mechanism which both the drivers will coordinate, and through the laser the pusher engine will couple dynamically. And this was to be modeled in the traction simulation as well, that when the train starts from its source in the mid section before the ghat, I need to produce two more engines and then again decouple it. Few outputs from the simulation and the value added engineering that we did through optimizing the battery, optimizing the feeder stations, and overall costing. So finally, the roadmap which we recommended to our client is the stage. There are two stages of implementation. First one, do a dual mode transition through diesel and electric, and use the same loco and change it to electric versions as well. And then finally, completely do the transition to the final with the battery plus electric loco. With this two-stage roadmap, we could achieve 2030 target of 33% reduction, as well as by 2050 the company should be able to achieve its net zero emission targets. Yeah, that's all from my end. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take it now, or maybe I can meet you later, or you can write to us, either of us, to DB for your queries and interest on this. Thank you.
And to thank you for your time and your valuable insights, I now request Mr. Rajesh Maheshwari to kindly come forward and present a small token of appreciation. Well, the gentleman, Mr. Amit Vaishnav, would love to welcome his team on the stage as well. So requesting his team to kindly join us. We do understand that everything that a representative presents on this particular stage is a team effort, and that's exactly what we'd love to celebrate at this moment. This, we are quickly headed towards the next address. How North American Rail Research powers Indian railways and the world. Joining us on stage is the Principal Investigator 2 at MXV Rail USA. Please give it up for Dr. Ananyo Banerjee.
Thank you, ma'am, for the introduction, and congratulations to the Urban Infra Group for organizing such a great event. So, I am Ananyo Banerjee. I moved to the US close to 20 years ago. I've been working for MXV Rail, which some of you might be knowing by the name TTCI, Transportation Technology Center Incorporated. But we got rebranded. I'm just going to talk briefly about that. So, in these 10 minutes, I don't want to throw a bunch of numbers and technical content towards you, so I just wanted to keep this very simple and understandable. So we as MXV Rail, we do the railway research and testing for the entire North American railway industry. So the North American railway industry is all privatized, and so we are owned by the different railroads in North America, which comes under the Association of American Railroads, but we are independently operated. And in the map, you can see we are located out of Colorado, near the Rocky Mountains. and that's where we have our facilities. So we went through some transition in the recent few years, and from 2022 onwards, we invested close to $55+ million, and we have more than 28+ kilometers of track, which is only for research and testing, and we have almost like 213,000 square feet of lab and office and training. And why I'm actually showing all of this is because we have a long history of working with the Indian Railways and the Indian railroad industry, and with this vision that the Honorable Prime Minister of India has for the Viksit Bharat. It's very important to understand what's going on globally. So where North American railway research, how that can be used in Indian railways, that's where some of the things we are doing to bridge that gap between North America and India. And so at MXV Rail, we have more than 240 different dedicated railroad experts, which including 110 professional engineers with PE licenses, 9 PhDs, and we represent, as like many other North American companies, we have a very diversified workforce from 16 different countries working at MXV Rail. So quickly, our journey, we started back in 1934 when Association of American Railroads, or AAR, was established. And then in 1982, we assumed the care, custody, and control of the Federal Railroad Administration's TTC, which was known as the Transportation Technology Center in Pueblo. And then in 1998, our company's name became TTCI, or Transportation Technology Center Incorporated, a subsidiary of AAR. And then in 2021, we rebranded as MXV Rail. So what does MXV stand for? MXV is the formula for momentum. So that's mass times velocity. So because we do mostly a lot of scientific research and testing, that's why our name is a formula of mass times velocity. And in 2022, we started our multi-campus research facility where we have tracks and trains, and I'm going to talk about that briefly. So what we do is we do testing, we do consulting, training, standards work, and research. And if I look into testing, we have full-scale on-track and lab testing. This is just an aerial view taken by a drone footage to show our tracks just on the outside of Rocky Mountains in Colorado. And we have some very specialized lab testing. I got some questions today from some of the vendors over here, or companies who have their booths over here. We have some enhanced lab environment. We do different AAR standards testing. We do ARIMA tie testing. Tie is actually the word used for sleeper in North America. And we do have facilities for doing accelerated fatigue testing. I manage the rail and rail welding program. One of the the facilities that you see here, one of the big equipment is the rolling contact fatigue simulator. So where you can have a full-scale wheel set running on rails, and you can see what's happening at the wheel-rail contact interface. So it's one-of-a-kind instrument that's only one in the whole world that's at MXV Rail, where we can do this kind of testing. But we have a long history, as I was mentioning, with testing back in India. We have done bridge testing in Mumbai. We have testing for wheels for rail coach factory and others. Wagon testing. These are some of the photos from some of our engineers who have worked in the past in Indian Railways. And we do consulting. We have a software department which makes different kinds of softwares used in railway research. So vehicle track interaction, train dynamics. We heard about the anti-collision system Kavach. Related to that, we have been doing a work on positive train control, which is a department just dedicated 50 engineers working on positive train control, how that whole thing can be made better for North American railroads as well as for the global railway community. We work on instrumented wheel sets, and we have different track and infrastructure projects. And back in India, we have kind of like trained RDSO people on using vehicle track interaction and train dynamics software, which is called NewCars. And that has been used. We have helped RDSO develop the instrumented wheel sets in Lucknow, and some of the track and infrastructure projects we have been involved with. On the top of that, we also focus on derailment-related cleanup. So when there is a big derailment, there is hazardous chemicals or crude oil that actually spills over. How do you tackle some of that? Terrorism-related activities that can happen on a railroad. So we have a dedicated team where we can train firefighters to deal with those kinds of chemical spills and how to control those kinds of derailments. And we have a standards department where we look into improving the industry standards for freight cars and locomotives. There are 4 different sub-departments under that particular standards department. And what we have done in terms of standard is also supporting Indian Railways, assisting RDSO in their standards development. We did a whole bunch of crash testing in Lucknow many years ago, which was in the news. And that's where MXV Rail worked with RDSO to improve some of the crash-worthy coaches. That particular software is actually from our new cars, where we can show where a bogie is kind of like, shifting, which we call as hunting in scientific terms, how that relates to wheel-rail contact forces and how those can be modeled so that you can actually design your bogie in a much better manner, or the wagons. Just a quick video of the crash testing that we did at RDSO. Again, a partnership that MXV Rail had been doing between North America and India. So just to mention, we have our own train. So we have our own heavy haul train that runs on the track every night, and we can actually gather the data. So like when I am actually looking at evaluating rail wells and different rails in our track, the train is running every night, and that's how we are collecting data as more and more tonnage is being gathered. So we work with the different railroads in North America who donate the train to us to do the research and testing. So to look at what we can do with the next generation, when we are talking about a lot of new innovations, when we have to sometimes move 1 or 2 cars, we look at 1 locomotive pulling that. How about if you think about moving carriages and wagons without a locomotive? That's where we are working with a company called Parallel Systems, where it's completely remote controlled. This is the testing we had been doing on our track, where you can think of just 1 wagon moving on the track safely, as well as there is no need of a separate locomotive to pull that. So that's the kind of next generation technologies we invest in. And so to finally conclude, these are the facilities in North America, in Colorado, that we have on-track testing. We have impact wall where we can crash test and can see the impact on the different wagons, warehouse, heavy-duty maintenance facility, the training for the derailments, and all the other capabilities that we have. And finally, a big part of our work is the AAR Strategic Initiatives Program. From Association of American Railroads, we have a program every year. We have like 30+ projects to improve railroad efficiency and safety. And that's where we do a lot of different projects for the North American railroad industry. This is our main track. It's called the Facility for Accelerated Service Testing, or FAST Loop, and we have completed more than 140 million gross tons just in 1 year by running our train over and over again. So 24 weeks of operations. We look at broken rails, broken bridges. We have even derailed our train, but that's all for research and testing to understand what can cause derailment. So finally, if you go to our website, you can actually download, it's free to download, more than 1,000 technology digest articles, 4-page articles that you can read about everything that's applicable for your railroads, for your own research and testing. And there's a lot of articles that goes back to the 1950s for our research that we are doing. And finally, I have got some flyers over here. If you want to meet me after my talk, we are hosting a big conference, actually 2 conferences, the International Heavy Haul Association and the World Congress of Railway Research. So those 2 will be happening in November in Colorado Springs in Colorado. If you have never been to Colorado, I definitely welcome you to come and visit Rocky Mountains as well as attend these conferences. And if you want to follow MXV Rail, just scan the QR code, and then you will be able to know more from us. And if you want to talk to me about attending these conferences, I will be happy to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Sure. Absolutely. Thank you. My goodness, well, that was exciting, exciting, exciting. To present a small token of appreciation on our behalf, I now request Mr. Rajesh Maheshwari to kindly come on the stage and join us. Thank you very much, Mr. Banerjee, for taking out time from your busy schedule, gracing the occasion and sharing the insights. Why do I feel that we are headed towards another energizer? Do we? We are headed towards the final technical presentation to talk about metro and railway networks, opportunities and the challenges, and EPC perspective. Joining us on stage is the Vice President Business Development at Jackson Infra Group. Please welcome Mr. Ankur Goyal.
First of all, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am really thankful to you for bearing me at this hour of the day, and I will try to make the most of it. Thank you so much. My name is Ankur Goyal. I am the Vice President at Jackson Infra, where I head the business development for railway, metro, civil and water businesses. I am here to share my views on a very interesting topic, metro railway network opportunities and challenges, an EPC perspective. But before that, I would like to share with you all where we are and what we do at Jackson Infra. So Jackson Infra is part of a larger group, Jackson Group. We are a 77-year-old company, and we are proud to say that in the 4 trillion economy, we are contributing almost $1 billion. We are a strength of 3,500 people. And these are the businesses where we are present. We are into distributed energy, we are into infra business, we are into solar modules and products, green energy and biofuels. When we talk about the infra business, so we are not only building a robust infrastructure, but we are changing lives. The water project we are executing in the state of Uttar Pradesh is changing life of 20 lakh people. We are supplying water to 1,735 villages. We are also constructing hospitals. We have already constructed one. We are constructing the second one. And our hospitals will be catering to needs of almost 10 lakh people in and around that area. But today the topic is railway and metro, so I will bring my focus to that. So we are one of the leading E&M companies, electrical and mechanical companies, who are doing railway and metro electrification throughout the country. We have been doing this for many years, and right now you can see our presence in more than 130 metro stations across the country. So the main pillar of our success so far is our clients. So we have been able to work with almost all the good companies in India, all the leading names in metro, DMRC, Bangalore Metro, Chennai Metro, Mumbai Metro, Kolkata Metro through RVNL. So the services which we provide as on date, they include electromechanical works. We are very much capable, and we are entering into power supply and traction systems. We are entering into tunnel ventilation systems. Environmental control is a thing which we have already executed. Now we come to the main topic of the day, which is the opportunities. So when we talk about opportunities, we have heard many eminent speakers since the morning. We all know that the present railway network is going to be adding almost 20,000 kilometers in next 5 to 6 years. There will be railway station redevelopment projects. There will be increase in metro tracks. There will be metros in new tier 2 cities. So this is till 2030. We have also seen the expansion which is going to come in further till the year 2050, which is the plan of Indian government for Viksit Bharat. Talking about the challenges, I would like to ask you, do you feel any kind of challenges during the bidding stage? I'm sure we all are facing. So the challenges which we have faced, I have faced not only in this company but in the previous companies also. I am sure that you will relate to it. So the first challenge which we are facing, and I am sure you will relate to it also, that the unrealistic DPR budgets which is made by clients, which are not close to what we are actually bidding to them. So Often the budget's estimate do not align with market realities, the present price trends. Estimate do not include for inflation, material cost fluctuations. So we want a collaborative approach through the bodies, and this is a platform where we can meet the client, meet the authorities, where we can address these kind of challenges and bring them forward to be addressed by the authorities. Then the other challenge which we are facing is stringent and unbalanced qualification criteria, which actually restrict a capable contractor like us, or maybe companies like us, to be a part of the bidding process, which can actually deliver such kind of projects. So our request to the authorities would be that the criteria should be made in a way that they allow a capable contractor like us, while strengthening the financial requirements, which actually is a primary need to execute such kind of a project. Third scenario which we are facing are unclear tender conditions and risk allocations. These are some examples. Many tenders come with ambiguous clauses, unrealistic completion timelines, and unfair risk-sharing mechanisms. Risks are often shifted entirely onto the contractors, leading to disputes during execution. Then the most important thing is there is lack of suitable price escalation clauses for items such as copper, steel, transformers, cables, etc. And there are many civil tenders especially which do not have any price escalation clause at all. Similarly, we are facing challenges during execution, and I want to share them also with you. I am sure you will relate to it. So land acquisition, which is primary responsibility of government, state or center, is delaying the projects, and the burden is being shifted to the contractor like us. There are material and labor shortages which have been discussed throughout the day by the eminent speakers. Delays in payments and cash flow issues which are actually hampering the progress of the projects. Lack of coordination amongst the stakeholders. Frequent design changes and scope creep. So basically what we want to suggest is a more comprehensive approach towards the bidding process, which includes preparation of tender document and DPRs, and ultimately award of the contract. We want you all as a community to influence the clients for a transparent and balanced bridging process, and encouraging financially sound good EPC contractors to participate in good projects. We want the authorities to ensure that the land acquisition is already happened before the award of contract. We also want the clients to reasonably accept the changes in contract post award the bid. We also want a suitable strengthened payment mechanism, which is the backbone for any contract. We also want the collaboration amongst all the stakeholders, from supplier to the contractor to the client. Thank you. That's all from me.
Once again requesting Mr. Rajesh Maheshwari to kindly join us on the stage and present a small token of appreciation. Also requesting Mr. Mohit from Mr. Goyal's team to kindly join us on the stage to be a part of this special moment. Well, you don't have to worry. We have a very fantastic, talented team of photographers and videographers capturing every special moment very much like this one. this, ladies and gentlemen, I do not fancy myself a mind reader, but I'm certain what everybody's thinking. Well, I'm going to say those golden words. We are now headed towards the final panel discussion of today's. We're now headed towards the final session of today's expo, today's conference, cost-efficient infrastructure, global cost-saving practices for India, to examine how India can adopt and adapt proven international best practices, engineering innovations, and project management strategies to significantly lower costs and improve efficiency in the development of rail and mobility infrastructure. Join me as I welcome the panelists. Please put your hands together for Mr. Harsimran Singh, CVO, Hindustan Copper Limited. Please welcome Mr. Ashish Singh, Director, Angibiz Reprionji. I sincerely hope that I pronounced it correctly. All right, fantastic. Up next, please give it up for Mr. Anirudh Kumar, Senior Vice President and Head Business Development, Kalpataru Projects International Limited. Welcoming Mr. Varun Pandya, Additional General Manager, Business Development, Tata Projects. दोबारा कोशिश करते हैं और इस बार कोशिश तालियों के साथ करेंगे. ज़्यादा difficult नहीं है. Right? All we've got to do is bring both of our palms together and welcome all the panelists who did manage to take out time from their very busy schedule, meeting perhaps a birthday or a baby boy or baby girl's PTM missed or something or the other. Everybody has a reason to be here and everybody shall be celebrated for the same. Please put your hands together for Mr. Vipul Mishra, Senior Development Specialist, JICA. Thank you. And last but not the least, completing the panels, let's give it up for Mr. Kumar Keshav, Board Member and Director, DBRRTS Operations. Time to welcome the moderator. Please put your hands together for the President and Chief Business Officer at Jackson Infra, Mr. Venkat Ramana Muvalla.
Hello. Yeah, thank you. Good evening to all of you. I think in the session that we have all, probably this will be a very comprehensive session and will give you a lot of perspectives around cost economics and what is required to be done to improve and some of the global practices and what is being done in India. So I think I'm not going to introduce separately the panel members. She is already invited. We will more focus about the topic that we have in front of us so that we could utilize the time pretty well here. So having said that, there has been very clear progress which we have made in the last, I would say, 12 years to 15 years, in depending on the kind of a metro or the railways that we have been engaged. So economics, if you really look at it in terms of a metro, just to bring and navigate everybody all across here. So if I focus apart from the land acquisition part of it, typical construction cost in India for a metro where we can see elevated metro is between 250 to 350 crores per kilometer. Whereas underground is about 500 to 600 crore per kilometer. Where do you stand on this international comparison? I think some of the data indicates that in the international, for the construction for the elevated, it's almost like a 1200 to 1600 crore as such. It's a phenomenal difference. I think that would clearly indicates we are doing good in terms of construction cost. On underground, if you see there in the international is almost going around 1800 to 2200 crore, whereas India has been managing between 500 to 600 crore. But there are caveats. It is a broader data point. It is not specific of any metro. So therefore, I would say that this is the data is a more of an indicator. The next is that what is the labor share in the whole metro cost? If you look at 25 to 30% of the total cost is a labor cost. And if you compare this in the international, that will be almost close to 50 to 60%. There's a phenomenal difference. That means we have a low cost of labor, and there is a lot of advantage we gain in the overall capex perspective in this as such. But I think important point is that we should have a trained, skilled manpower. That is definitely the key pointer as far as the manpower is concerned. Now coming to the land acquisition, the cost is again 15 to 40%, whereas in globally it is much cheaper. It's between 5 to 10%. That's indication. Last but not the least, again the data indicates the time for delivering a metro is varying between 5 years to 8 years for a 100-kilometer stretch, whereas in the international, some of the Chinese examples are clearly there for us between 3 year to 5 year. So if this is being the data, we can clearly see that some of the areas where we have already doing good, but some of the areas where there could be a potential to do better and take some global and local experiences on that. So having said that, my question to our panel is particularly on how India infrastructure project compare with the international benchmarks. I think I would request Dr. Kumar Keshav, then Mr. Anirudh, and then Mr. Vipul Mishra to really go on that, and each one have say 2 minutes to take it forward as such. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Venkat. And first and foremost, probably comparing globally is not very appropriate because costs are entirely different in global market and Indian market. That is one thing. And standards of metros may also be different because they are making mostly unattended train operation very advanced, while we are still going with a good signaling system, not unattended train operation everywhere. So more important is that costing is good in the sense that if I do within the country itself, when we started Delhi Metro, because I was originally in Delhi Metro phase 1 cost for elevated and underground was substantially higher than the phase 2. It got reduced in phase 3, more because more and more localization happened, more and more industries were already established here, good machinery, good consultants, they all were here, and as a result successively, if you see the metros which have come up later, when I did Lucknow and others, cost has further come down. It is not that standards have come down, it is the cost has come down because industry has established, for example, Alstom has got their own industry in Sri City, so now they have the capacity to build the trains and supply at a cheaper price. So this is my view on it, but I think probably we have reached to the rock bottom. Now probably with this cost we should try to improve the quality a little bit more. This is my idea. Yes, local manufacturing, not only manufacturing, the technical competence which has come up in the country, in the professionals, means engineers, signaling engineers, well-educated traction people, third rail traction, all those people, technologies and learnings are already there. So now most of the general consultants, I give an example, most of the general consultants, when we did Lucknow, Delhi Metro phase 1, 2, they were expatriates, but now you find most of the experts are local.
Fantastic. So I would take Mr. Anirudh Kumar, if you can bring your perspective on the same topic.
Yeah, good afternoon everyone. So if we compare the cost in India for any metro railway project with respect to any project outside India, so you will find a different way of comparison. If you will see the simply cost, so then you will see that definitely in India it is much cheaper than if you compare with the Europe or maybe some America, Latin America. Even with Africa also, if you compare the per kilometer cost of a railway infrastructure in Africa or in India, so it is definitely cheaper in India. But my perspective is this, that it is not only railway, construction cost is cheaper. If you have to buy just 1 liter of water in Europe, it will cost you approximately 1.5 euro. So that will be approximately 150 rupees. And in India, you can have in 20 rupees. So it is a purchase parity, purchase power parity, basically. So we should not be happy that we are constructing railway in a cheaper way. No. We have to bring the efficiency. So if we compare with the purchase power parity, then we should be cheaper. So in my view, that we should have a system like that, that project should not get delayed. What is happening, if you will see the average, I have seen the data at the Ministry of Statistics, you will find that average delay of a project having more than 150 crore is 39 months. So this extra duration, that is leading to the extra costs. So we cannot say that we are cheaper. We are costlier because we are constructing projects which are late by 39 months. Similarly, not only this, it is increasing the cost also, because when project is delayed, so due to inflation, prices have also increased. So that is, in nutshell, it is increasing the cost. But definitely we have to bring some efficiency in the system. The DPR should be prepared at the initial stage, at the concept stage. The project planning should be in such a manner that you are able to finish the project on time. If you compare it with the global standard, so average delay in India is 3.5 years, but if you see in China, it is around 1 year. If you see Japan, it is less than a year. So in that perspective, we have to see.
But I think very, very well said. The timelines is something which we can look at it a lot more. Yeah. So I will ask for the perspective from you as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair, and very good afternoon. And I do second the opinion of my fellow panelists. They have nicely said. But let me put a light on that, how we compare the Indian projects with the other country projects. In absolute numbers, we are doing the work in a cheaper cost. But the factor which we consider, that all the projects appraised by the government of India with a defined timeline, with defined cost. The moment, like 99% projects are funded by the external agencies like JICA, World Bank, ADB. The moment we step in and we sign the agreement with the government of India, it's a sovereign loan or whatever the financial support we provide, the time which required is not being considered in the project implementation schedule. So if a metro project given in 5 years of completion in the CCA note, and if we start from the very beginning, negotiations of any financial institute, and then subsequent procurement of the consultant, and then of course each project goes time overrun, cost overrun. I think this is the aspect we should cover in the project appraisal itself while designing the project, the administrative side. So these timelines should all be considered, and the cost effectiveness, of course, we still have scope to at least match whatever the project cost is sanctioned for the concerned project. Yeah, thank you.
I think we well covered. We would like we to be quicker on that. I think this is the very important point, so we spend sufficient time. So the another point is that, what is that, we can learn from the global practices or otherwise some of the early stage metro projects that we have done. So once again, Dr. Kumar Keshav, if you could get something on that.
One thing which comes to my mind is, sorry, I'm not speaking on behalf of that, because I'm right now DB operations also. Don't take it that way.
So no problem. I think I wanted to say that, we have an excellent panel. 2 people represented actually the metros and railways, and 2 people coming from EPC companies, and the one besides to me is coming from my bankers from a perspective. So we'll be happy to hear that perspective from you.
So what I'm trying to say that life cycle cost, operation and maintenance is significantly high. we are not visualizing right now. Initially, the capex is funded either through the equity or by the external funding agency.
Correct.
So ultimately, once the project is implemented, how it is to be operated and maintained in a proper way, so that loan can be paid back and still a good services can be given. This perspective of operation and maintenance is completely lost in project planning stage. So we create an infrastructure which is very good, but whether it is really required, we don't know. How costly it will be during operation, we don't even bother initial stages. I'm telling you because I have spent 21 years in metros in Indian environment, including Delhi Metro in Lucknow and Kanpur, Agra. So my feeling is from the day one, an operator should be brought on board, which happens in PPP projects in this country alone.
Yeah.
Which I mentioned in the morning, when Reliance Metro did Mumbai, they had the operator from the day one. L&T did the Mumbai, Hyderabad, they had the queue list from the day one. Pune is doing the metro line on PPP, they have an operator in advance. So there is an operator who tells them, okay sir, this is what is required, this is how it should be done, this can be optimized, that cannot be optimized. That probably is lacking in the metros at present. Probably this should be brought in to make them financially sustainable.
Great, sir. I think I will be going very quickly on this again to go to the third points, right? What is the standardization as well as modular construction perspective? What is that something which we can really think about in terms of cost optimization? Can I request Harshman Singh? And then after that, Mr. Ashish Singh.
Thank you. Yeah, modular construction we are talking about here. Basically what it is, it's you are making modules of something. We can say it's in different projects it can be of different type. Such as in when we talk about metro networks or the bridges, viaducts, here we can have modular construction in the form of segmental construction. We cast segments, we transport them to the site, and with the launcher we erect. So this type of modular construction has in fact enabled the metro works to come up, because had there not been this type of modular construction, we couldn't have imagined metro structures in the cities, because casting at site with so many of shuttering stagings, it was impossible. Now we have already arrived at this, and now we have to think of something higher kind of modular construction, which we have now started seeing in the bullet train projects. We have got full span launching method, and I am happy to say that India is one of the few countries in the world who have mastered this type of technology, because when this type of projects come up, then the whole ecosystem starts visualizing this and start adopting these kind of things, where they are launching 600 ton segment with 1200 ton of launcher. And then we have other type of modular constructions which you can see, like PEB structures. In Indian Railway, I was the first one to have a modular workshop in the form of PEB. We had set up the first workshop in Haldia, and thereafter I am happy to see that so many PEB structures have started coming up, at least in the government system of railway. Here we have done modularization in the way that in the factory we are constructing, we are fabricating the structures which are built as per the design requirement. So there is a lot of cost optimization, there is least amount of wastage, and then they are very easy to erect at site in no time. Just nuts and bolts have to be tightened. And what is, we were also talking about life cycle cost and operations and maintenance. And if we have got these type of modular structures, even after 10-15 years, if we want to have some changes, the reputed OEM will have the electronic information available, and they can easily do any modifications required, and we can have plug and play kind of things here. So there is need to have more and more of these things, so that we can make our projects more and more viable, more and more cost effective and faster. In fact, in Dubai, I was reading that they had launched one FOB they had launched many FOBs, in fact, for the Dubai Metro, where the entire foot-over bridge was launched in the form of full module with sheeting and electric fixtures there already installed. So this is such a fast kind of thing.
Brilliant ideas, I think, really, yeah.
And now, like, now we are having this ultra high performance concrete. It is coming up in a big way in the country now. Already many countries had adopted it in a big way. In fact, Honorable Transport Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari was talking about Malaysian technologies. That is nothing but ultra high performance concrete being used in such a big way. And in fact, they have reduced the thicknesses of the members by 75% and reduced the weight by 70%. So if we adopt these kind of technologies, then these modules will become even much lighter, and we can have bigger spans launched in no time.
Yeah.
So that's all what I could say about modular construction, how it can help and what can be the future.
Wonderful.
There will be around, I think, 40% saving in cost and much saving in time also.
Great, sir. Thank you so much. Ashish ji, your thoughts?
I think he has very well covered our co-panelists, but only thing, we are generally adopting the modular construction, standard construction, only the things which are generally on-site construction, which are multiple or repetitive of a nature, that we are trying to convert into the modular or the standard construction. This is one. And the public inconvenience, which was the major drive for the metro authorities to go for the modular construction, whether it is a tunnel segments, basically for the TBM or the viaduct construction. But not going into the detail, it has definitely the quality, much better quality, time saving, parallel construction, activity. In fact, your predictive maintenance, all those aspects can come into with the adaptation of modular. The only area where I can see which is not coming, because the ballastless track of the metro, which is generally not causing inconvenience, that has come as a inside construction. Probably this requires some change. RRTS and the bulletin has already pitched into it. In the conventional railway, there is a lot of area where it can come up. All the signaling foundation, location box foundation, all this requires this modular construction. Our current cable trench laying, everything is in situ nowadays. Probably this is something where we can go to the construction. With coming of the ABS system, lot of civil auto huts are required to construct it in addition to SPS, SP of the electrical. This is something we tried with the precast element, which is generally difficult because these sites are not accessible. So generally the prefab buildings, which is a combination of steel structure and the panels, generally seems to be a better. Baki in the civil construction, probably the bridges, foundation, abutment piers, most of the things are slowly converting in addition to the other buildings. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think it's been between the two speakers, really a lot of ideas came on this. Wonderful to have it. As we move on to the next point is that what is the modern, the digital project management skills that we should adopt, or the tools that we have to adopt? So I request Vipul ji to cover on that.
Thank you for this question, and I would believe that it's a very important thing in a digital era. So considering like metro as in 4 or 5 phases, from planning to implementation and then construction, operation, and the customer experience. So we have a lot of challenges and issues, and in fact data management of inconsistent data, a lot of data, how to utilize it and how to extrapolate the future scenarios from them. So this problem is kind of an opportunity, and if I would put a light on that, what we are doing as example, that we are working with 3 metro companies, Delhi, Bangalore and Mumbai, to create a metro in a box strategy in which data will be leveraged from the current perspective, what they are generating, and how it can be further utilized in the effective resource management. Giving example, maybe the fellow panelists can correlate that if a small design change happened in a structure, underground structure or maybe elevated structure, that design change it takes a couple of weeks or in fact a month or 2 to get the rectification done from, and then the good construction design comes back to the contractor. So if we can create a platform in which is a common platform for the contractor, consultant, employer, as well as the third party consultants, and in one platform, a drawing can be changed. If a architect can change the drawing, the designer can change the drawing, and can be reviewed right away with the complier and deliver the same day or in couple of days to the contractor. So those delays can be eliminated. Likewise, during the operation side, if we can have some predictive maintenance use cases in which we can predict that, okay, this system or this product has already reached the lifespan and can be occurs a failure at any point of time. So those data can be leveraged for the identification of the future scenarios. So those are capex and opex costs. Both the cash costs can be reduced. So if we use this data in a right way, getting a strategy to implementation, and then third is the user experience. When like a person want to take a metro, if a journey planning can be done, already there's some softwares are there, but it's a integration of the all multimodal system, like railways, metros or buses, and some integration is there. So those data leverage still is opportunity in India, and many metros are doing, but still I think I would believe that if one platform, one portal can be created from very beginning and to the user experience, will be very helpful for this. I think
Thank
I
you.
should
That's
cover
really
it.
good.
Yeah.
I think
Thank
it's
you.
all life cycle approach is really, that's what you're recommending to have in mind in a comprehensive life cycle. So now we'll go into the next one is, what is the modern procurement techniques or value engineering one can think of adopting there as such. I think then this I would like to request Harshmanji and Kumar Keshav. Harshmanji. We have just 22 minutes. We have about 5 pointers to cover. Kindly stick to 2 minutes.
Like just now we have hello.
Yeah, sorry.
Just now, as we heard that we can leverage from the technology in this regard.
Yeah.
Now regarding value engineering, so to know that if we have to do some value engineering and then how the technology can help out, as you were saying that we need to monitor the project in real-time basis. So now like 5D BIM and all these have come up. So rather than going for just 3D model, when we add this dimension of time and the dimension of cost, then we can realistically find out that what will be the cost in which scenario. And similarly, we can have this great advantage from the digital twins also. So we know that if we do this modification, this will be the cost and these will be the risks. So when all these things are known to us, we can very well do value engineering. And so in fact, not only in terms of during the construction of the project, in fact, even later on, when the maintenance etc. is to be done, these technologies can help a lot. They can reduce the downtime, they can increase the availability of the equipment and the asset, and the overall lifetime can be certainly increased to a great extent.
Great, thank you. I think Kumar Keshav, I'll move on to the next one. The next one is about the skill development and build the local capability. So maybe you can start that.
Skill development is one issue which we are badly lacking, this I will say. Why? Because when internationally we do the projects, somebody is certified as a plumber or technician or electrician. I'm not talking about engineers or diploma holders, I'm talking about that level. And as we all understand, now we are making also the world-class metros with best technologies in signaling, in civil construction also, pre-stressed concrete and other things. Now in this scenario, today the construction labor is agricultural labor, which is when they are free from their site, from the agricultural fields, they come to the cities and do the agricultural work, construction work. They are not certified as any plumber or carpenter or anything. This skill development is very, very necessary if we want to take our projects faster, very properly and accurately. So I will suggest there should be a system where, suppose I am a fitter, I am certified as a fitter, means I am a certified electrician, then I can take up this work which is internationally available. So I will do work very properly, one thing. The other thing, I know all the hazards, I know all the safety precautions because I'm regularly certified by it. Less accidents means more output from the people. So this probably is one field where we have to learn and we have to do something. And I will also like to mention here, even for engineers, railway engineering is not being taught in any of the curriculum in any engineering colleges. So probably railway is a big transport sector. Probably this should be covered somewhere.
But I'm presently surprised this morning to see that, Gati Shakti University being making on that. I think we are on the right track, but institutionalizing the skill development is a very, very essential element of that. Thank you. So I'll move on to the next one. Again, in importance, life cycle cost analysis in infrastructure planning. This I would like to ask Varun if you can, bring up some of the points here, and then followed by Vipulji.
Yeah, so infrastructure life cycle cost, that is very much critical right now, because we can, that we are literally leakaging the cost in terms of manpowers, in terms of materials, and this idling of manpowers and resources, because we are not adopting this digitalization and mechanization. Although we have completed almost 99% railway electrification across India, 64,000 route kilometer across India, but 100% electrification we have completed through extensive labor oriented job and through labors only. So we are lagging in terms of implementing or deployment of RRVs or another mechanized tools and augers and all. So there is a lot of work is to be done, and I sincerely request, and although we have made many presentations to the government and policy makers that to implement all these circular foundations and change in designs, and because all these designs and everything it has been designed in 60s and 70s, and still in 2025 we are adopting that. So there is a need of an hour, and we need to start implementing the best practices across the which have already been implemented outside India, and it's a big market in terms of mechanization. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Vipulji, your thoughts?
Thank you. I think for the audience, first we want to understand what is the life cycle cost. I think we start from the very home. Any equipment you buy, any electronics you buy. So for example, if you buy air condition, you prefer like 5-star air condition instead of 4-star, 3-star, putting extra some money, 3-4 couple of thousand adding to it. So having the product or asset, creating an asset is not I think so what we are looking for. We are looking for the sustainability side also. So if we putting up the money in creating an asset or buying equipment or buying any system, so we are looking also at the operational side of it. So I think this life cycle cost is well I think taken at the planning stage itself. And of course, since it's many practices being used by the many, I think railways also using NTPC, and many PSUs are using, that is a voluntarily. So for example, that if I have to put up this light in this office, so maybe I have option of putting a CFL, or now it's LED is mandatory, and then still we have option that illumination and other things aspects are there. So I think it has to come up from the employer side that there should be some rated criteria and some advantage to be given, a kind of a merit point system. Let's say if a contractor is willing to provide in the methodology that this system has a 10-year of guarantee period, but some other contractor is maybe is putting some additional advantage and giving 15-year of operation period or the guarantee of the product, I think that should be taken care of in the procurement itself. Some sort of technical advantage of the methodology and work provided in the contract should be given. And there are some initiatives from the government of India side itself, but I think pan-India, it is still in consideration, and many advanced countries have already taken up green public procurement policy, that is a mandatory, they have kept it in the public procurement. But for India side, I think we DFI is also advocating the same, and I think in our projects somehow we will align our projects in the Paris Agreement, and then of course some sort of life cycle cost and merit point system, and then the rated criteria system will be added in the future procurements. Thank you.
Great. I think we'll move on to the next one. Is related to how Indian projects can be designed in a better way to maintain the reliability, which is a very crucial, particularly the urban infrastructure. The time is a very essence, as such, and then look at what is the right thing to do in terms of operation maintenance perspective. I think I would request Ashish ji and then Harsiman Singh ji comment on that.
Sir, this is currently the current contract condition doesn't permit for the ramps kind of a system in the bidding. It is L1 based, or it is some condition of a defect liability period. So first the client or the authority has to come that they want to have a contract which have a ramps of the reliability, accessibility, maintainability and all those conditions in the contract. Metro is generally slightly putting these conditions into this and slightly matured, but the conventional railway lacks in various ways. However, many things are getting improved. ABS system makes the system available for the next train to come into in a very short period. Moving block system with the Kavach is getting it much better, and probably the CBTC system with the LTE spectrum allocation of the railway, probably it will improve it further. But it is a short steps I am talking about, not from the perspective that the ramps we have to go for. So probably the small steps we can take is the fencing, providing fencing, removing LC, providing underpasses, overhead, and corridor means this kind of things is a small step which will help in the availability and the reliability. Precast system definitely, rotation, all those things will definitely help into this. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Harsiman ji.
I would like to first cite one small example. About 7 years ago, I was assigned some task during some advanced management program, and I was searching for some project which had completed and what is the cost of completion. It had become a Herculean task. Finally, we could find some project in South Western Railway which had been completed over a period of about 15-20 years, and the cost had become 15 to 16 times. But I am happy that now the government has started focusing on completing the projects, and several projects are now getting completed. May not be in time, but with some cost overrun. The basic reason is because they are not failing because the contractors are not doing good work. Basically, the planning is lacking here. Like before calling a tender, we are not finalizing the drawings. We are not giving the accurate geotech investigations and survey details. We are not finalizing the scope. Our cost is not clearly depicting what is our requirement, where it is not matching with the material specifications. What is the methodology to be adopted for erection of structures or for even for tunneling projects, whether it's to be, there is some vague area left out, whether it will be cut and cover or through TBM. And then again, if we require certain kind of manpower and certain kind of equipment, that is not well defined. Apart from this, there is again lack of clarity regarding what will be the different impacts on various stakeholders. Particularly in urban environment, when you have to work, there will be requirement of dealing with the police for the traffic diversions, with the public. There will be so much public inconvenience. There is not clarity whether the forest clearance is at which stage, environment clearance is at which stage. In fact, the ground survey is not done properly. There are so many good techniques available. GPR technique can be used, and you can find out what are the cables and what are the various utilities which are to be diverted and how they will be diverted. And once the project is started, then somebody will come and they will say, let us not use this alignment, let us go via some other alignment. There will be issues within this. So all these things lead to disputes later on, and these lead to delays, and if there are delays, obviously there will be cost overrun. So if there is better coordination, better planning at the beginning, certainly the projects can be completed in time and in less cost.
Thank you. I think I will very quickly move on to the next one, while you have brought a lot of good perspectives as such. And this time I would request Anirudhji to speak on this. How can coordination between the multiple agencies be improved, prevent the delays? I think this is one of the major challenges the industry is facing.
So basically, if we talk about the involvement of multiple agencies, so there are two stages. One is at the beginning of the project for getting the approvals, like you have to take approval from aviation department, environment department, forest department, municipality. So many approvals are required before just take up the project before at a concept stage. For that purpose, already government has started a Gati Shakti portal. So any infrastructure project has to be built. So it went to the Gati Shakti portal, and then the multiple agencies who have the stake in that particular project, they can give their input, so it can be done. Similar way for the clearances for the environment, forest or coastal regulation zone or wildlife, there is again a portal for Parivesh. But all these are only before the start of the execution. Now the situation comes when contractor is appointed and he has to start the work and day-to-day basis doing the execution. Then he has to deal with the traffic management, he has to deal with the environmental and different issues. If this is the railway, if we talk about the hydropower, then you will say that every day, daily basis, you have to deal with the environment and forest department. So we don't have any system for coordination where you can have a just immediate decision from these departments during the execution. So for that, I think government should do something. So during execution, the issues can be sorted out easily. That is my take.
Thank you. Yeah, please add that. Yeah.
So I'm not taking into the initial phase. I'm just putting the conditions where the contractor generally get stuck up, and these are the area where probably it requires
couple of pointers if you can give.
So metro, definitely the chartered, unchartered utilities, dispute resolution board, because in the metro system the dispute generally something gets stuck up because of the authority individual decisions. So this is there in the railway, not in the metro. Third, in the metro segment, there is technical specifications are mentioned for the system packages I'm talking about, but there is a specific vendor choice for each different metro. A specific vendor is needed or get approved. So normally the bids are put in different ways, and at the time of approval, everything gets stuck up because it has a cost implication. Similarly, shall I take it or you want to?
No. I think if we can restrict there, that will be wonderful. Yeah, thank you. I'm coming to the last point, particularly very, very important. What is the policy changes we needed to institutionalize the cost efficiency? I would ask Varun and then supported subsequently by Kumarji.
So first of all, that we need to decide this what kind of strategy we need to adopt, because there are two kind of strategies. One is cost leadership and another one is product differentiation. So right now that its government is only focusing on cost leadership, and because of that we know that all bidding contracts and all that is based on the L1 base. Now that L1 base, that is purely on the basis of lowest bidding cost and all, without having detailed working on the project and its scope of works. So it always that project has a high chance that it may not get success. And apart from that, proposed reform is quality based, cost based selections, that is product differentiation kind of. And global benchmark, there are certain UK's contracts are there, and in Delhi Metro, that is a HAME model, that is hybrid annuity model they have adopted for phase 4. In terms of design standards, yes, custom designs, we need to adopt national standardization of design manuals and all. China has already done in 70% repeatable designs, and Kochi Metros has done standardized viaduct and saved 15% of the cost. In terms of land acquisitions, that yes, majority of the projects, in substations and in TL, and those projects are delayed due to land acquisition and all. Land benchmarking, land acquisition is it should be pre-approved in terms of high-value contracts, and Japan has already done this, and Gujarat Dholera is the model that they have acquired 100% land before going for any projects. In terms of technology mandates, that ad hoc adoption is in new technologies like BIM and digital tools and network and another tools like rework due to clashes and all. In railways, we were using Tylos also. We have implemented, that is time and locations that shows that. So all these kind of technology implementations that has to be there, and it mandates these 4D and 5D for all projects having cost of more than 500 CR. And Singapore has already done this BIM model in 2024 roadmap projects, and Chennai Metro BIM digital twin has already implemented. Life cycle costing, we have already discussed about it, and in nutshell, that I would suggest that as UK is also monitoring that infrastructure project health. Apart from that, we need to, it's need of an hour to amend the PPP guidelines to allow the hybrid model. Mandate the value engineering in DPR rather than only focusing on the cost leadership strategy, and create a national database for cost benchmarking.
Thank you. Really comprehensive. I think like the way that it's just not the cost as a focus. One has to really think about value that can come out of that as such. Kumarji, your last thoughts.
Very briefly, two things come to my mind. First, there is something called as constructability review.
Yeah.
Probably this has to be institutionalized. Sorry. So this is required to be done because practically all the problems people were raising, this land acquisition, tree cutting permission, archaeological clearance, people plant, machinery, technologies, manpower, there has to be constructability review, which is undertaken internationally. A project is visualized, okay, but is it possible to construct it? It may be possible to construct it in Mumbai, but may not be possible to construct in Lucknow. It's like this.
Yeah.
So that should be done. Actually, if we adopt that, then advantage will be, then projects can still be worked out in time. Some value addition, some modifications can be done in initial stages before going for the bidding. Now, one more issue which you said, institutionally, what changes can be done?
Right.
Specifically for the metros, I would like to say that there are confusions. Means, although I am from government sector, I can say that metro projects are under Ministry of Housing Urban Affairs, but technical planning is under Ministry of Railways. So means you think how we move, means project is under him and technical planning is under Ministry of Railways. So means why it cannot be unified as one?
Yeah.
That's one thing.
Yeah.
Leave only this. Then when the metro becomes operational, certification of metro is by Commissioner of Metro Railway Safety. He is under Ministry of Civil Aviation. So you think you implement a project, we are talking about state government, central government. In central government there are 3 ministries. Why it cannot be better modified? This is what I feel. Probably things can be improved, or there may be some examples somewhere else in the world, all these projects.
I think you brought much larger perspective as far as the government is concerned, how multiple agencies can lead to a lot of delay in this. If one unified agency has been identified, probably that is going to solve certainly the problem, and whatever the industry looking at it to achieve the faster implementation. And some of the issues that challenges, one agency will be able to solve all of them as such. I think this is a wonderful pointer. I would say that I learned a lot in the entire discussion, and valuable contribution to the entire panel. Thank you, and one round of applause to the entire panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And we cannot let you leave without presenting a small token of appreciation for your valuable time and for your insights. Could I please encourage everyone to kindly come forward for a quick group picture as well? And joining us on stage is the Executive Director at Urban Infra Group. Please welcome Shri Om Prakash Shah. एक सेकंड शाह साहब रुक जाइए, तालियों के साथ आपका स्वागत करेंगे वरना नहीं करेंगे, right? Can we please bring up a very enthusiastic cheer for Mr. Shah? Thank you. And post this, I must encourage all our esteemed panelists, all the speakers to kindly join us and take a quick stroll about the stalls. Fantastic. Mr. Vipul Mishra. Mr. Harsimran Singh. सर मतलब मैं रेसिस्ट नहीं होना चाहती पर हरसिमरन सिंह तो इजी हो जाएगा ना. Up next, Mr. Ashish Singh, followed by Mr. Anirudh Kumar. And the next one to Mr. Varun Pandya. Well, I would also like to mention that since this is the second address by Mr. Kumar Keshav, I believe we've already presented a token of appreciation to the gentleman. And last but not the least, to the moderator. Same as well, this was moderator's second innings here up on the stage. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the final panel here at the RailTrans Expo 2025. Let's give a big round of applause to these gentlemen. Well, we still have a few minutes before we close in, so I must encourage everyone to pull up their socks, tie their laces, and take a quick stroll about all the stalls present here. With the same, this is your host Sahibjeet Kaur on behalf of Urban Infra Group saying goodbye and hoping to see you all tomorrow for the day 2 of the RailTrans Expo. Thank you.
wonderful idea and very thoughtful and a great exhibition. I really congratulate not only for organizing this thing,
यहाँ पे आने के बाद मतलब 2 दिन हमने स्पेंड किया और 2 दिन में हमें काफ़ी सारे अच्छे क्लाइंट्स मिले, इवन सम हमें रेलवे की भी कुछ ऑफिसर्स मिले।
When we had installed our stall, we were getting all the supports, all the manpower, all the equipments and tools that we needed. It was really pleasant experience over here.